Good morning. I will now call the September 26, 2023 County Board of Supervisors regular meeting in order. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respects to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States. From our 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Igueño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. We aspire to learn from the indigenous traditional knowledge and experience in undoing the injustices of the past. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here.
Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas here. Thank you. We will now have Pastor John Huckins deliver the invocation, and following the invocation, Lisa Ogden will be delivering the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation.
An honor to be with you all this morning. God of wisdom and grace, we trust your guidance in our lives and among the decisions that will be made here today that will shape the lives of so many in our beloved city of San Diego. Thank you for the courage, sacrifice, and care offered by each person in this room and the weight of responsibility they carry on behalf of those they represent. Their work is seen, and we are grateful. God, as we enter these chambers, some of us are entering with joy and stability. Others of us are entering with the weight of sadness and uncertainty. Life in a diverse society not only requires that we acknowledge the weight and reality of each person's story, but we pause to find our collective story intimately tied to our neighbors, our colleagues, and those with whom we may or may not agree. God, we pause and breathe in your understanding beyond any boundary that divides us. Our city is filled with so much beauty and so much brokenness. We celebrate and find joy in the waves that faithfully glide onto our shores, and we lament the pain of displacement, loneliness, and addiction that plagues our most vulnerable. We trust that the decisions we make today will sustain the beauty and contribute to healing the brokenness. God, teach us to see not only what we want to see, but what we might seek to avoid. For it is when we see, compassion grows. And with compassion comes responsibility. May this chamber represent eyes that are bright and looking toward the sun and the shadows. May your wisdom guide us toward a society where all are seen and know deep in their bones that they are worthy of love. As we turn toward the day's tasks, debates, and decisions, God, mark our path. Following the wisdom of St. Francis of Assisi, we conclude with this blessing. God, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Amen.
Ms. Ogden, welcome.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. All right, we will be presenting the first proclamation honoring Gregory Noll, and accepting the proclamation will be Joanne Franciscus and a team from the Legal Aid Society. So I'm going to ask you all to come up here. Come on, how are you? Thank you for being here. All right. This morning, I want to present this proclamation and remarks of the legendary Gregory Noll. Gregory served as the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Counsel of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego since 1974. He led its growth to become the premier legal aid program in the nation that provides critical health care access and legal advocacy, outreach, and education. His commitment to the community was instrumental, leading the Consumer Center for Health Education and Advocacy. His goal was to improve patients' experiences in the public healthcare system, and for the past 50 years, he demonstrated an unwavering commitment in seeking justice for those that were most vulnerable and who have been historically left behind. The County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring Mr. Noll for his service in building healthier and stronger communities. But I have to say that there's not enough words to acknowledge his leadership, his vision, his strategy, and his commitment for those that were most in need. I think very few people have the courage to talk about how poverty has impacted our communities and who have the bravery to advocate and to really do the right thing. And that's who Gregory Noll was. And so I am so grateful for him, for the work that he did, for the many people that he mentored, for the many doors that he knocked down to ensure that those that had more need in this county were always, always heard. And so with that, it is my honor on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to be proclaimed by myself and all the members of the board on this day, 26th day of September 2023, that we commend Mr. Gregory Noll for his outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Mr. Gregory Noll Day throughout San Diego County. And so before I give it to you, I'm going to tell you that at the last event, I think it was last year during your fundraiser, I did tell him that, I got to tell him in person that people like him are the type of trailblazers that change the world for so many of us. So I'm really grateful and honored to do this today, but I'm grateful that I got to tell him in person what an amazing, amazing human he was. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas, Board of Supervisors, and county staff for this prestigious recognition. It is hard to put such a powerful community partnership and all that flowed from it into words. Greg was so happy that the County of San Diego grew to be Legal Aid Society's biggest partner. That is still the case, and I'd like to thank Greg, our board, and our staff who worked for nearly 5 decades as Greg built what is now the largest provider of free legal services in the county and a model for access to justice throughout the nation. After serving as executive director of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego for nearly half a century, Greg Noll passed away on August 27th. For 50 years, Greg led this organization, which delivers high-quality, free legal services to low-income people throughout the county. We all knew Greg as a fierce and unwavering advocate for our county's most vulnerable and underserved people. During his time at Legal Aid Society of San Diego, Greg revolutionized the delivery of public health care to low-income people. Under his leadership and with the help of former HHS Director Dr. Bob Ross, LASSD founded the Consumer Center for Health Education and Advocacy in 1999 and was one of the founders of the Health Consumer Alliance, a coalition of 10 legal aid organizations throughout the state that provides health consumer advocacy services and education statewide. Since its inception, Greg continuously served as either chair or co-chair of the Joint Professional and Consumer Advocacy Committee for the Healthy San Diego program. He forged a very close friendship with people like former HHS Director Nick Mascioni. Together, they accomplished wonderful things for San Diegans. Greg was the conscience of our legal aid and healthcare community. He used his advocacy strengths and authenticity to advance equity and to bring consensus among differing personalities, roles, ideas, and systems. Greg constantly challenged us to improve how healthcare and free legal services were delivered in our community. An unwavering dedication to helping address the harsh realities of poverty, systemic racism, and discrimination was simply a part of his DNA. It is an understatement to say that Greg was a pillar in our community. He dedicated his entire life and career to fixing system inequalities, not only through direct advocacy, but recruiting, inspiring, and mentoring attorneys like me, and so many more. Many people in this community and in this very room started their careers working and learning from Greg. Greg had the uncanny ability to tap into people's passion and channel it for good. He often joked that nonprofit legal advocacy is one of the few careers where the ultimate success, fixing all systematic inequalities, means you're out of a job. And yet Greg taught us not to be discouraged by the fact that we may never meet the vast needs of the community. We carry on how Greg taught us, to be the best advocates for our clients and improve their lives one case at a time. Thanks to Greg's leadership, San Diego is a better place for all of us. Thank you to Greg's son, Jason, who is here with us today, and to Greg's family and friends watching from home. Our hearts are with the Noll family and you, the county staff that Greg came to know and love. We look forward to continuing the great legacy that he leaves. Thank you.
You're welcome. My honor. The next proclamation will be given by myself and Supervisor Anderson, honoring National Public Lands Day. Accepting the proclamation will be Tom Sink. I'll ask you all to come up here, please. All right, we got this. All right, I am really proud today. Thank you for being here. You can get closer over here. I am proud to join Supervisor Anderson today in recognizing National Public Lands Day throughout San Diego County. For the last 30 years, National Public Lands Day creates a celebration, the connection between people and green space in their community. It inspires environmental stewardship and encourages us to have open spaces for education, recreation, and health benefits. As chairwoman of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, I'm committed to ensuring that our communities have access to recreational spaces and to uplift important work being done daily to preserve our green spaces. Together, we have to make sure we would champion initiatives to ensure our communities have a better quality of life. And as we know, increasing physical activity and being able to go to safe, open spaces really helps create individuals that have more opportunities and helps them create healthier and stronger communities. As a county, we appreciate our local partners, which is why I'm so excited to honor the significance of this day. And so I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Anderson so that he can do the rest of the honors. Go ahead, sir.
There you go. You know, I'm very pleased because in District 2, where I represent, we have all sorts of state, federal, and county land that creates many of these green spaces, and this is a very exciting time for me. Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 26th day of September 2023 that they commend the Soils Ecology and Restoration Group, SURGE, for their outstanding service leadership and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County. And we declare this day to be National Public Lands Day throughout San Diego County. So congratulations, y'all.
Thank you. Excuse my voice. Thank you, Chairman Vargas, and for the entire Board of Supervisors for this honor. We appreciate that. I'd like to also thank our sponsors, where you can't do anything unless you have some money, and the sponsors of the U.S. Navy, and especially the San Diego River Conservancy, of which Julia Richards represents here. Without them, we couldn't do it. We're also looking to try and set up an internship, just for your information, to bring in individuals from areas of the city that basically inner city areas, to bring in people that have not had the experience to work in environment and things like that. So we're working on that to try and get them more involved in it so they can get the experience that we've had working, with the environment and the outdoors. So hopefully that'll work out. It's a program that I think is worthwhile. It brings people into contact with the environment. It also brings people like we have that are environmentalists that we sometimes call tree huggers because they're interested in those kind of things, to be working with the U.S. Navy, because we do work also on San Clemente Island here with some of the lands here, and so they can see what the military actually does also, since it's such a big part of San Diego. Basically, we'd like to thank you again and hope to see anybody from your organizations, whoever all you represent. If you're looking to work in the environmental field, please let us know. And before I forget, one last individual to or group to say thank you to is the foundation at San Diego State University. They do all the paperwork that I don't want to do. They handle the personnel and all the pay and everything else, and that allows us to just be able to concentrate on the environment. So thank you, and I have representatives from them up here also. Thank you very much.
Quiet. Please, this will be your first warning if you can do it. All right, well, this is not an official warning. I'm just letting you know that this will not be accepted in today's meeting, so please make sure that we allow everybody to have a good meeting without disrupting the meeting. So the next proclamation will be given to by Supervisor Anderson, honoring the Chaldean Heritage Month, and accepting the proclamation would be Johan Maloney and Father Danny Shaba. Thank you.
Not many people know this, but I grew up in Detroit, and at the time, it was the largest Chaldean population outside of Baghdad in Iraq. And I was very fortunate to grow up in and near that community because they have a wonderful culture. And like so many people, they have immigrated to our country. They've enhanced who we are as Americans. And then I moved to San Diego in high school. And while I was in San Diego, I lived in Spring Valley, very close to the epicenter of so many Chaldeans that have moved here. And I'm pleased to announce that we have over 50,000 Chaldeans that live in San Diego County. And we're now the second largest community outside of Iraq. And again, just a couple weeks ago, I was at the Chaldean Festival. They have it every year. If you haven't been, you need to go. Some of the best food known to man and woman around the world, and incredible music, and some of the easiest but most fun dancing possible. So I had a delightful time. I want to encourage everybody to, now it used to be my district. Unfortunately, this is the saddest part of redistricting. I had to say goodbye to Spring Valley and Rancho San Diego, but I still retain many of the Chaldean community in El Cajon. But I would encourage everybody to go to District 4. I don't know who the new supervisor is going to be, but go next year and enjoy that festival, because there's never been a harder working group of people to immigrate here, to build businesses, and to bring their families from overseas because they understand just how great of a nation we can be. And so I'm way off script, but this is rather personal to me, only because of my close affiliation with the community. And I'm so grateful that they're here, and I'm able to continue to enjoy their food. I did, for a short period, go to Los Angeles, and I was in college. And of course, you know, when you're studying late at night, you think, hey, I'm going to run out and get some Chaldean food. Well, that would have required me driving 2 hours home to get Chaldean food. So I'm pleased to say that we're not just the epicenter, but Chaldeans are all over the United States. But there's only one great festival, and that's in District 4, and I plan to continue to attend. But let me just say, though, they have brought an incredible culture, culture long existed before our country was born, and we're very fortunate to have them here. And I'm so proud to say, where is it? The County of San Diego is committed to recognizing occasions that exemplify the noblest ideals of public service. The Chaldean Heritage Month is one of those such worthy occasions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to hereby proclaim this month, September 2023, as Chaldean Heritage Month throughout San Diego County, to commemorate the many meaningful contributions of the Chaldean community to the County of San Diego. So I'm not sure who's supposed to speak first, but, oh, please, come on down. It's your opportunity, and we're so happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for honoring us with this award, and specifically, thank you to Supervisor Anderson for his unwavering support, his commitment to the Chaldean community, and all of the countless ways in which you've helped our organization. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a special thanks to Ibrahim Ahmed, who has epitomized what it means to be a public servant. Thank you so much for your time, your knowledge, and most importantly, your friendship. There are over 50,000 Chaldeans here in San Diego, and they immigrated in the 1950s to escape religious and political persecution that was committed against the Christians in Iraq. Today, as I said, there's over 50,000 of us, and we have entwined ourselves in the social, civic, and economic cultural betterment in the community. We are doctors, teachers, lawyers, public servants, CEOs, and judges. As a community, we are family-oriented, and we hold our brothers, sisters, and cousins to a high standard of conduct and achievement. Many years, though, have passed since we've experienced such prosperity and opportunity. We do not take that for granted. And it is with great pleasure that I say that we're able to celebrate our community today and to have a month that is annually celebrated to recognize the commitment and the contributions that our organization and our people have made. We have established foundations such as the Chaldean Community Council that is designed to help struggling Chaldeans assimilate into their new life here in America. And we've created Hope for Iraqi Christians, which is designed to help struggling Chaldeans that are still suffering back in Iraq. And all of this is due to the efforts of one man who unfortunately could not be with us today, but I need to mention Dr. Nouri Barka, who has really made strides to help the Chaldean community here and back home. So thank you so much. It gives us a great sense of joy and pride to be able to have Chaldean Heritage Month and to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with all those who share our strong heritage. Gives us a great sense of remembrance for the solidarity in the past and a real hope for the bright future up ahead of us. Thanks again.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, John. Thank you, Supervisor Joel Anderson. Your speech really made me hungry, thinking about Chaldean food, and especially thank you to the Board of Supervisors. It's on, I speak on my behalf, the behalf of a good friend, Monsignor Philip, our Bishop, Bishop Emmanuel Shalita. We really do offer great thanksgiving and gratitude for the County of San Diego for allowing us to have our own Heritage Month. As many of you know, back home where we used to be residents, that used to be our home, we have now become foreigners. It's a very sad reality, but it's a reality. That's why we see a safe haven, a place like San Diego that has become our home, very close to our hearts. And that's why this is very special to us. So we have a lot of events around San Diego, like Supervisor Joel Anderson was saying, the Chaldean Festival. We try to integrate as much as we can within the community, and we really look forward to flourishing with all of you in the community of San Diego. Thank you all, and God bless you.
You want us to scrunch closer together? He would never say it, but I will. He's way too close. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Our next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson Remer. Honoring Suicide Prevention Month and accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Tina Atherwell.
Hello, thank you all for being here. In September, we recognize not only the changing seasons, but also the significance of Suicide Prevention Month. It's a time to shed light on a topic that often remains in the shadows and to raise awareness of the difficult issue of suicide and its impact on our society. And it's a time to recognize the efforts of people and organizations who are working every day to change this reality. One organization making an outside impact on our community is Psych Armor, a nonprofit dedicated to the well-being of our military veterans and their families. Founded here in San Diego 10 years ago, they embarked on a mission to transform the ways that we support the military and veteran community through education and training. Through their suicide prevention work, this extraordinary team provides free, on-demand resources to cover suicide prevention and intervention, providing support not just for those in need, but for their families as well. These resources have been truly instrumental in supporting the San Diego County Suicide Prevention Council's community-based model, aimed at realizing a vision of zero suicides in our county. Their impact extends far beyond the borders of San Diego County. Their resources and work have reached over 1.3 million people across our country, improving outcomes for military and veterans communities everywhere. They focus their efforts on military-connected youth, active duty personnel, veterans, caregivers, and family members, ensuring that no one is left behind. For their dedication to serving those who served our nation, we commend Psych Armor here today, and we recognize their invaluable contributions as we formally declare September 2023 to be Suicide Prevention Month throughout San Diego County. Let this month and every month be a time to shine a light on this critical issue and work together to make positive change. So we say thank you to Dr. Heidi Kraft, who I'm excited to have joining us for our Gun Violence Reduction Summit later this week. And I thank you to Dr. Tina Atherall and to everyone at Psych Armor for your unwavering commitment to saving lives and making our community a better place.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. Come closer. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and to the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the leadership team that's here with me today, it is a really unique opportunity to be recognized for work that we do every day at Psych Armor, as you have mentioned. And really, our work is here for all of you. So we truly do believe that it is our part to engage all of you, thinking about San Diego County, filled with military, veterans, their families, caregivers, kids. I'm sure if we ask this audience how many of you were connected, we'd see a show of hands. And our work is really, truly here for you on behalf of what we do related to suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention. And what was mentioned in the proclamation is the work of the Suicide Prevention Council here in San Diego. And I really want to take note on the importance of having a community model, leadership from the Board of Supervisors that have been dedicated to this for years. Because as national initiatives get brought forth, as we see at Psych Armor, we are very fortunate to be able to work on a national level, though rooted here in San Diego. When initiatives like the Governor's Challenge through SAMHSA and VA, the Staff Sergeant Fox grants that fund community efforts, or most recently, a large enterprise, USAA, that's doing Face the Fight, as they say at a national level, go forth and do this in your communities. It really does require that a community model is established so that you can implement effectively, quickly, and effortlessly. And that has really been the benefit of what Psych Armor has experienced here in San Diego. So I think as we get recognized today on behalf of our work, we want to send that back to all of you, because you really are leaders on how you build a community model around community engagement and really having a public health approach to suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention. I do also want to thank Dr. Heidi Kraft, who is not here with us today. She has been an just integral portion of this work, along with Dr. Carrie Rogers, who's here with us today, in building out incredible work on difficult topics like lethal means safety, which is extremely important in our community. And we are very thankful for the opportunity to be a part of your summit as well on Friday. We believe in having very difficult conversations, actually includes communities and allows us to create a human connection. So please be a part of our work. Like we said, we are here locally, but we do work on a national effort, which I think many of you do as well. And we would love to be a part of your work. And again, thanks for recognizing us today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson Remer and Supervisor Desmond, honoring the San Diego Sheriff Department's Blue Envelope Program. Accepting the proclamation will be Anthony DeSales and Kate Kinemont.
Good. Come up, come up, come up.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put my button on the far top.
Am I blocking everybody?
We got a big crew here. Got a people to thank. Great. Well, thank you all for being here today. I'm really excited to present this proclamation along with my colleague, Supervisor Jim Desmond, because San Diego County now has a new tool to make our communities safer and more inclusive. It's called the Blue Envelope Program. For people living with invisible disabilities like autism, or deafness, ADHD, and other cognitive impairments, interactions with law enforcement can be very challenging. Using an envelope, bracelet, or button that displays the Blue Envelope Program logo, people with these special needs can alert law enforcement officers of their specific conditions so that law enforcement officers can adjust their expectations during an interaction. This program, the Blue Envelope Program, can make encounters between law enforcement and special needs individuals safer for everyone involved. And it will also increase the awareness of neurodiversity and help us build a more inclusive and understanding community. Important progress like this does not happen on its own, so I really want to thank the leadership of Lieutenant Nathan Rowley and Crime Prevention Specialist Heather Mitchell and everyone in the San Diego County Sheriff's Department for driving this forward and being prepared to implement it through trainings with all of their officers that are on the streets today and moving forward. I also want to thank the San Diego Regional Center and the Autism Society of San Diego and all the other community partners here with us today. So thank you so much for your dedication and commitment. You saw the need for this program and you came together to make it happen. So I now welcome my colleague, Supervisor Desmond, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer. This is an exciting program, I think, for San Diego County, and I want to thank my Vice Chair Lawson-Remer for her efforts on this, and also our Sheriff Kelly Martinez for all being in support of the Blue Envelope Program. And as my colleague had mentioned, you know, the goal of the Blue Envelope Program is to improve communication between law enforcement agencies and the communities that they serve. I did want to state that here in a world of understanding and empathy, where understanding and empathy are paramount, the Blue Envelope Program is a beacon of hope. And I just want to put out some of the tools that are part of this program. This is the Blue Envelope that was carried by individuals in their cars, and if they're approached by law enforcement, they can show the Blue Envelope, and it contains, hopefully, they've got their driver's license, registration information in there. There's also a this is for your seatbelt, a seatbelt cover. So your officer approaches the goo in the car and you've got the seatbelt cover on that's readily visible. And not all interactions are going to be in a car or a vehicle. So there's also like a keychain thing you can hang from a backpack or a purse or something like that. There's also one of these little pop-up things, I don't know what they're called, that goes on the back of a cell phone, and decals that you can put on the car or vehicle itself. So we're really trying to improve the interaction between law enforcement and people with disabilities. The Sheriff's Department has received support from the San Diego County Police Chiefs. So all the police chiefs throughout the county, not just the Sheriff's Department, but all the police chiefs, all the different agencies are all joining in this program. I also want to thank, as mentioned earlier, the San Diego Regional Center, the Alzheimer's of San Diego, the ARC of San Diego, the deaf communities, and the Autism Society of San Diego, the American Diabetes Association, the San Diego Center for the Blind, the Braille Institute, the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation, Gigi's Playhouse, the Metropolitan Transit System, Adjourn Social Impact Services, and Home of Guiding Hands. And so now, whereas the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those organizations and individuals who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, and in particular, is that for me? No, okay. In particular, Lieutenant Nathan Rowley, and Crime Prevention Specialist Heather Mitchell, and all the partner organizations that are worthy. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Chair Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 26th day of September 2023 that we commend the San Diego County Sheriff's Department and all the partner organizations for emphasizing effective communication with all members of the community, who, in particular those with a condition or disability, that may alleviate misunderstandings throughout increased awareness for both the driver and law enforcement with the Blue Envelope Program. So we hereby declare today and every day San Diego County a blue envelope county throughout the San Diego County. Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask, who's going to come up and speak? Is Heather? No? Anthony? Come on up. All right, Anthony from ARC.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson Remer and Supervisor Desmond and the Board of Supervisors. I'm Anthony DeSalis, President and CEO of the ARC of San Diego. And the ARC of San Diego supports and empowers people with disabilities to achieve their life's goals. And we are a proud partner with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department in launching the Blue Envelope program. We look forward to closely working with the Sheriff's Department and all the other community partners involved in this endeavor. By working together, we believe we can create a safer and more understanding community where the needs of individuals with disabilities are met with compassion, respect, and effective communication. The significance of ensuring that individuals with disabilities, as well as experiencing communication issues or medical conditions, can opt into this important program that will allow them to receive the supports they need cannot be overstated. For those who face challenges, effectively communicating their needs during encounters with law enforcement, this program bridges the gap between individuals and officers, promoting clear, compassionate, and timely interactions, and it empowers individuals to express their unique needs and enables law enforcement to respond with appropriate understanding. So I thank the board again for this proclamation and for approving this program and moving forward. Thank you.
Good morning. I also want to express our thanks to the Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Desmond and Lawson Remer for your support of the Blue Envelope program. I'm Kate Kinnemont. I'm the Associate Executive Director at the San Diego Regional Center. San Diego Regional Center serves over 40,000 individuals with developmental disabilities in San Diego and Imperial counties. Primarily 36,000 of them live in San Diego County. And this program really embodies our mission, which is to serve and empower persons with developmental disabilities and their families achieve their goals with community partners, and we want to emphasize community partners. We are honored to partner with the San Diego Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement officers, agencies to promote the Blue Envelope program. As has been stated, it can be quite challenging for law enforcement officers to spot these disabilities because they don't have outward or obvious signs. Disabilities can impede individuals' ability to communicate or comply with the law enforcement who may not realize that someone requires accommodation. So it is our hope that programs like Blue Envelope program increase positive interactions between law enforcement and people living with disabilities, and empower citizens in San Diego who have a disability to access supports from our law enforcement officers whose goal is really to protect and serve our community. So on behalf of the hundreds of service providers that we work with to support individuals with disability in our community on a daily basis, thank you for your continued support of programs that increase inclusivity in our community.
some people couldn't.
Did you get enough?
Thank you, everyone. The final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond honoring Ruth Ann Thorne, and accepting the proclamation will be Miss Ruth Ann Thorne.
All right. Is this Ruth? Come on in, come on in. Here, right here. Stand close, stand close. All right. Hey, hi, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hello, thanks for being here. All right. Ready? All right. All right. I'd like to welcome Ruth Ann Thorne here today. We're going to be honoring her, and I appreciate everybody coming down from North County or East County or Temecula County, or it's Riverside County, I guess, to be here this morning. So last Friday, September 22nd, was Native American Day, and I'm excited to extend the recognition by honoring a member of the Rincon tribe, Ruth Ann Thorne, who is a passionate advocate for Native American culture and a promoter of fine art and indigenous traditions. And here with Ruth Ann today from the Rincon tribe are council members John Costantino, Joe Linton, President of the Pachanga Development Corporation, Andrew Maciel, Chairman Cody Martinez of the Sequan Band, and Wahai Quis, board member of the San Pasqual Band of Mission Indians. If I forgot anybody, you'll catch me up. Okay, thank you. These tribes are some of the many sovereign governments here within San Diego County with ancestors dating back over 10,000 years, leaving a resilient and cultural heritage. So the San Diego tribes, rich in culture and traditions and commercial enterprises, and they contribute greatly to our regional economy by providing jobs and investing in surrounding communities and generous charitable contributions. And I want to personally thank all of our tribes for continually giving back to the community. But in 1995, Ruth Ann Thorne, she founded Exclusive Collections Galleries, a company that quickly became a resource for private collectors, institutions, and corporations, and over the past 27 years has expanded to San Diego, Beverly Hills, Laguna Beach, Caesars Shops and Forums in Las Vegas, and Breckenridge, Colorado. Her gallery has won the American Art Award for the best gallery in California in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2018, and 2022. So you've got a great streak going. In 2000, she founded Crown Thorne Publishing, a full-service company to assist artists with public relations, sales, marketing, and curation and exhibition planning. Additionally, Ruth Ann is a documentary filmmaker, providing an authentic representation of indigenous heritage, and is host of Art of the City, a show that features prominent Native American artists. So Ruth Ann's dedication to her community has been evident through her role as the chair of the Rincon Economic Development Corporation from 2015 to 2021, and is a current member of the Art Advisory Board for the Rincon Tribe, and a member of the Association of Women Art Dealers. So whereas the County of San Diego is committed to honoring all people and all tribes who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, including Rincon tribal member Ruth Ann Thorne, so be it proclaimed by myself and the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that today, the 26th day of September 2023, we commend Ruth Ann Thorne for her significant contributions to the community through the promotion of art, film, and showcasing the rich indigenous heritage of her ancestors, and hereby do proclaim, hereby proclaim today to be Ruth Ann Thorne Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, Ruth. Yeah, thank you, Ruth Ann. Did you want to say a few words? Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, that was a lot. I got tired just hearing all of those things. So I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, specifically Supervisor Desmond, for everything that you do on behalf of Indian country for the tribes here that are represented. And I really appreciate the support of my tribal council, John Constantino, and Wahai Quisquis and his beautiful wife, Laura, and my partner, Jens, who does all of the heavy lifting. I have two very special people here, my mother, artist Gloria Lee, and my dad, Henry Rodriguez, who was one of the first people to actually go into the peaceful occupation of Alcatraz in 1969. So I get my love for the arts from my mother, and my love for advocacy for Indian country from my father. A lot of people, even though we have so many tribes here in San Diego, are not aware that there were 100 million Native people on this land. And now they've just recently found out that 23,000 years we've been here on this land. And we are the smallest minority group today. But with that said, we are strong. And the way that I really show my advocacy for Native Americans is through the arts, because our language was one that was verbal. And so we told our stories through art and through storytelling and through music, and that's how we expressed who we are. So the arts sometimes tells a story that cannot be told in words alone. So I brought a painting here, or a piece of photo. Maybe, Dad, you could hold that for me. So this is by an artist named Cara Romero. She is a profound, I don't know if we can lift it up that high, but you can come up and see it after. She's a profound photographer. These are all California natives, and she's telling an amazing story through her photography, capturing the land that she's Chemehuevi, and capturing the land and the people here. So what I do is I bring art to market. I recently opened a new gallery in the Gas Lamp right on Fifth Avenue, and it was interesting to find out that as a sole proprietor, I'm the first Native American-owned business in San Diego since the inception of the Gas Lamp in the 1850s, when we were not allowed to step foot into the city itself. Indians were prohibited. So I invite you in November. I will be having another amazing show with Native Americans from all over what we refer to as Turtle Island. Comes the second week of November. It's open to the public. And so you'll see many different Native artists. I'm also involved in a brand new series called This is Indian Country, which will air in 2024 on FNX, First Nations Experience, and on PBS affiliates. So lastly, I want to thank my ancestors, because without their sacrifice and their willing to push through and remain culturally a people, I would not be able to be here with all of these amazing people behind me. So thank you for this great honor. I appreciate it.
Get that held up.
Keep holding it. Hold on, hold on. Why don't you get it?
Thank you, and congratulations. Okay, we're now going to proceed with non-agenda public communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Reminder, according to rule number 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. As a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members should not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person and 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of non-agenda public communications will be heard at the close of today's meeting. Clerk, can you please call the speakers?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 18 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 6 in person and 12 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and again, as the chairwoman indicated, we'll be calling the first 5 speakers. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall and under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Michael Brando. Speaker slip with the name Frankenstein, Mark, Truth, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward. And you can come forward in any order.
Pam. Well, here we are again. In the spring of 2023, the NIH released its own published study on its own website. The study suggests tight-fitting N95 masks may expose wearers to dangerous levels of toxic compounds. 2 types of disposable medical-grade masks and several reusable cotton masks were evaluated. Inhaling these toxic compounds has been linked to health issues like irritation to the eyes, nose, throat, headaches, difficulty breathing, nausea, damage to the central nervous system, organ damage, cancer, cognitive decline in children, and increased risk of stillbirths. Increasing evidence shows there seems to be diminishing returns on the need for masks, and wearing masks could cause more harm than good. Cochrane Institute research suggests face masks made little to no difference in COVID infections and death. Dr. McDonald, again wearing a mask. It has come time for you, a taxpayer-paid county employee sitting at the head of HHS on an interim basis with a pay raise, to come clean as to why you wear a mask in these chambers. Is it because of COVID? Is it because you are fear-mongering? You want to incite fear of the unknown in the citizens and residents of the county? Is it because you have a contagion, or you yourself are fearful of a contagion? Do you have a mental disorder? Do you have low self-esteem? Regardless, county residents are entitled to your reason and explanation. County residents are also entitled to your vaccine status. Maybe it's not working. Is that why you're wearing a mask? Per your bio on the county website, you had a distinguished 24-year career practicing emergency medicine in the U.S. Navy. You now oversee a $3.1 billion organization with nearly 8,000 employees to deliver essential services to make people's lives healthier, safer, and sufficient. Remaining silent makes you appear misleading, disingenuous, and untrustworthy. Take it off.
Next speaker, please.
Just a reminder, excuse me, Mark, just a reminder, I just read a little moment ago how important it is that we follow the guidelines for the chamber, so please, no clapping, Please no whistling. Please no stopping feet. And please comport yourself in this process. Otherwise, we're going to go through the process and ask you to be removed from the chamber. So you get 3 warnings. I'm informing everyone right now so everybody understands what the rules are, and we're going to be moving forward.
Mark, right now we're facing a government shutdown the next few days. It's crucial. I'm holding up some YouTube titles to things that people need, not want, need to be aware of. This one, the Zeitgeist addendum video, see it from 6 minutes and 40 seconds for about literally 17 minutes. If most people in America saw this, it would change our country. This is Rosa Koire. If you put in Rosa Koire Part 1 spelled this way with a K on YouTube, this longer title will come up. People need to see this to understand the Agenda 21. She's an expert court witness in California, or she was before she died. Incredible credentials. You need to see that to understand what they're doing, which is a UN agenda. That is real, and the UN doesn't deny that. This is Mayor Bill Wells. This is an article. You can see this title on Google it. It'll bring up an interview that he did where he's clearly stating that the Sandag is not doing the will of the people. They are doing a UN agenda. And in this video, title on YouTube, you can see them planning your demise here in America, where Nora is working with the UN, bringing people in, not just Nora, Sandag, yet Nora's the head of Sandag. I would say that's a conflict of interest, but anyway, and they're going to be limiting your motion. They're literally planning to get you out of your cars. It's a total scam, like all totalitarian governments do. Goodbye, American sovereignty. Hello, USMCA. See this from 3 minutes. It's only a 6-minute video. FEMA, the incredible totalitarian powers they have when an emergency is declared. Most people don't know this. This is an article you can bring up. Google that. Wealth inequality in America. Very short video everyone needs to see.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, this is Truth and Joel. I also love Chaldean food. For my meeting agenda revision idea, I realized that the people getting their county circus accolades, known as proclamations, with their offensive clapping gym, need an estimated time to appear. So I think a set time of 6 p.m. would work even better. If the meeting had to take a recess, that's fine, as it would provide a needed break at that point anyway, because it's still better that the active and engaged people have a better chance at finishing real county business sooner. So change the agenda and start proclamations at 6 p.m. Here's a bit of the county's secret spending last month. This time it's Tara's name on the sneaky funneling of $25,000 to International Socialist Front, the YMCA, and Rancho San Diego, so they can add doors onto their showers to justify allowing men to shower and go into women's locker rooms. And Tara also gave $20,000 to Rainbow Spaces, who said on their South Bay Rainbow Ride website, quote, "Why we ride? It all started with a drag queen and a book," end quote. In 1 month, these supervisors spent over $923,000, and that's exactly why they don't want anyone seeing it in these meetings anymore. Isn't that right, Joel? And the county chief of audits, Juan Perez, found about the county procurement cards, quote, "Finding 1, card holders are splitting large transactions into smaller transactions to circumvent the single transaction limit. There is currently no system in place to detect possible split transactions. Finding 2, cardholders purchase prohibited items using P-cards. 5% of transactions were flagged, including food for employees, donations, gifts, professional licenses, certain memberships, domain name registration, capital assets, federal stimulus-funded projects, and others. The county's overall response, they agreed and are implementing more training. But I think the county workers who did wrong need to refund the taxpayers or be fired." Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Stupid here. I have one question. How am I supposed to detect fraud if, for some strange reason, Congress, Senate, Assembly, Board of Supervisors all chose not to have reporting districts for the Newsom election, bringing us down to 7 ballot types for that election. How can you identify fraud on something that is unidentifiable? The only way is to have another unidentifiable object. Now, I'm kind of curious on why we chose all of a sudden not to have reporting districts. We did almost every single election before that, but now, when it's a lot easier, doesn't matter on districts, doesn't matter on precincts, doesn't matter on polling locations, we choose not to do it. You want to tell me you don't know that fraud is happening, and you do a stunt like that? I know 100% sure now that each and every single one of you sitting up there know exactly how fraud is done and how you could do what you can do to make sure that it's undetected. So you guys are taking an active role in covering up fraud, in my opinion. Fuck you guys.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, I've talked about this many times, but I want to make an announcement. We just got word that theendofcovid.com, theendofcovid.com is doing a replay. It starts on Sunday, August 1st, and it runs through Sunday, October 11th. The reason I mention this is because this board, as well as Dr. McDonald, Nick Mascione, Wilma Wooten, and others, have been the primary hub of robust disinformation, misinformation, and lies about the so-called phenomena called COVID. There's a lot of great speakers. Some people may be aware of Peggy Hall, the Healthy American on YouTube, filmmaker Jeff Weitzman. There's over 90 presentations that look at this subject from every angle. So many people have been experiencing injection regret because they were gaslit by the marketing campaign, which was led here by Nathan Fletcher, called Pandemic of the Unvaccinated. Pandemic of the Unvaccinated, which was a complete lie. Shifting gears, I want to give applaud to Andrew Potter, and this is sincere. Andrew Potter has done a great job of facilitating all the speakers coming forward in the midst of all this nonsense of the last 3 years. He's done a beautiful job of that, and it's good to see people who can bring light just by their professionalism in spite of all the lies and gaslighting that goes on here.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Paul Bold. An active Republican democracy requires public participation by as many members of the public as possible. That is a route to getting the best ideas on how to fix the many problems and failures in this county. Most people know the U.S. Constitution, but the California Constitution specifies in Article 1, Section 3, the people have the right to instruct their representatives, petition government for redress of grievances, and assemble freely to consult for the common good. And the people have the right of access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business, and therefore the meetings of public bodies and the writings of public officials and agencies shall be open to public scrutiny, which they aren't. And since Section B7 says each local agency is hereby required to comply with the California Public Records Act and the Ralph M. Brown Act, and with any subsequent statutory enactment amending either act, that act is in effect part of the Constitution. And if your silly rules are contrary, they're just that, silly. And then, should you fail to obey, there's Article 7, Section 8, which calls for the dismissal of sworn officials who commit malfeasance in office or fail to obey their oath. But I'm sure that you will obey these laws in the Code of Civil Discourse, which you set an example in those very rules. And I second the comment about Andrew Potter. He's really acted as a gem, and so many other county employees.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Diane Grace, and I am here as a concerned parent and grandparent and community volunteer with a program that educates teens and their parents about distracted, drunk, and drug-impaired driving. It is called Start Smart. Recently, we received a new handout for inclusion in our packet that we distribute at Start Smart that I came to share with you. It is entitled, Driving High is a DUI. It came from UC San Diego School of Medicine, CREDS, which stands for Training, Research, Education Regarding Driver Safety, and the California Office of Traffic Safety, or OTS. The quote, Did You Know section includes that 56% of drivers in serious injury and fatal crashes test positive for at least one drug. THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, the hallucinogen in marijuana, is the most common drug detected. The handout reminds teens and parents that in California it is illegal to drive under the influence of any impairing substance, including marijuana. The handout also states that the signs of cannabis impairment in drivers include slowed reaction time, lane weaving, trouble controlling speeds, and that drivers should wait a day after smoking or vaping pot or ingesting marijuana edibles, especially highly concentrated THC marijuana products found in vapes and edibles. It also warns that edibles affect people differently than inhaling. While both result in intoxication, the effects of edibles.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Vargas. My name is Terry Ann Skelly, and I'm a coordinator for a diverse group of high school students who study public health and environmental policies that affect their lives. I came this morning to ask the Board of Supervisors to consider sending another letter of support regarding AB 1207 entitled the Cannabis Candy Child Safety Act, which is advanced by Assemblywoman Irwin. This time, a letter to Governor Newsom. AB 1207 has passed the Assembly and Senate appropriations and is on the governor's desk for his consideration and signature. As you know, the Board of Supervisors originally sent a letter when AB 1207 began its legislation journey through the committee, and I thank you for that. Now, educators and parents would appreciate a second step and send a letter to the governor asking for him to sign it. This important legislation will clearly prohibit marijuana products and their packaging and marketing that are attractive to children and youth and sold at county storefronts. We know 85% of youth who consume marijuana do so through vaping. These flavored marijuana vapes and edibles are usually packaged and marketed with enticing youth-attractive advertising. as Dr. Lynn Silver, a pediatrician and director at the Public Health Institute, stated, and I quote, "The cannabis marketplace does not need to market products that intimidate and imitate leading candies and junk foods or cartons." Thank you for your consideration here.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Peggy Walker, good morning. Thank you for the proclamation recognizing Suicide Prevention Month. I'd like to mention that THC has been identified as the #1 drug in the toxicology of teens who died by suicide in Colorado, and that should be addressed in all localities, including ours. I work with an organization dedicated to keeping teens healthy and drug-free. Among the saddest things that we see are families dealing with young people addicted to substance abuse, and most tragically, those who've lost someone to THC-related suicide. Unfortunately for young people whose brains don't mature until age 25, today's thinking suggests there should be no opposition nor stigma attached to any individual choices, even if they are poor choices, like addictive substance abuse, often with deadly outcomes. Current thinking and thus policy has created a landscape in which potent psychoactive drugs are normalized while their harms ignored. Policies encourage the sale of THC at potency never imagined. They allow marketing that targets young users and reward those who profit from addiction, yet fail to adequately regulate labeling, potency, or warnings regarding THC. The resulting harm is demonstrated by data in our streets, homeless numbers, hospital and treatment admissions, and in our graveyards. I came to ask you to carefully examine the data before promoting further commercialization of THC. We need a regulatory system that values human life as much as profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller this morning.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator. There is a growing danger on our roadways caused by drivers who use marijuana and then get behind the wheel. Recently, Scripps Mercy Hospital, the district attorney's office, and law enforcement officers all joined to raise awareness about the increased problems associated with marijuana-impaired driving. Prosecutors say more than half of individuals arrested for driving under the influence have both alcohol and drugs in their system, and this is a deadly combination. An analysis by the peer-reviewed journal Transportation Research Record reveals that drivers who use both alcohol and marijuana are significantly more likely to speed, text while driving, intentionally run red lights, and drive aggressively. Research also suggests that users who drive high are up to twice as likely to be involved in a crash. Another study by the Governor's Highway Safety Association looked at how long people believe they are impaired after using marijuana compared to the length of time they actually had measurable signs of impairment. The marijuana users widely misjudged the appropriate length of time to wait before driving. It is clear that more education is needed for drivers, and since there is no breath test or blood test that accurately measures marijuana intoxication, there also is a desperate need to fund additional law enforcement officers certified as drug recognition experts. This is an issue that affects absolutely everyone, whether you're a driver, a pedestrian, a cyclist, whether you are on our roads for whatever reason. This is something that affects us all. Thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes, statement, and proceedings for the regular Board Supervisors meeting of September 12, 2023.
So moved.
Is there a motion to? Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, we will now proceed to the formation of our consent calendar. Items 2 and 11 have been withdrawn from the agenda, which leaves items 1, 3 to 10, and 12 to 14. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull the items they would like for discussion. Would any of my colleagues like to pull any items for discussion? Supervisor Anderson?
Not at this time, thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Okay, you went too fast. 2 and 1 or 2 and what?
2 and 11.
11, okay, I missed the other one, the double ones, okay. No, I do have a comment on item 4, and I have a video for item 1, if I could show that briefly. That's on the blue envelope. First of all, on item number 4, this is a shelter bed mobile network. I want to commend your chair, Vargas, for your work on getting this shelter bed mobile network together. We hear time and again it's hard to locate available shelter beds in different communities where they're most needed. This countywide program to hopefully, so everyone knows where beds are available within the county so we can get homeless off the streets as quickly as possible, I think is well overdue, and I'm glad you're bringing this forward, and thank you very much. So I'll support item. Has there been a motion for the consent calendar yet?
Not yet.
Okay, I'll make a motion for the consent calendar. And item number 1, this is on the blue envelope, and to be honest with you, a lot has been said already today, so I won't go into all the details, but there's a great video that the Sheriff Department put out. So Mr. O'Farrell, could you play the video for us real quickly?
Available in San Diego County. It's a new tool to assist law enforcement agencies and community organizations to better understand and assist members of the public with a condition or disability that may impact communication or require additional accommodations or awareness. Here's how it works. Individuals can display one of several items readily displaying the blue envelope logo. These items may be a physical blue envelope, wristbands, lanyards, stickers, pins, or other items available for free through our community partners or your local law enforcement agency. This allows a sheriff's deputy or police officer who sees the blue envelope logo to know an individual has a condition or disability requiring additional accommodations or assistance during a service call or emergency. There's also blue envelope branded products designed to carry important information, such as medical or contact details. Participation in the Blue Envelope program is free and voluntary. For more information on the Blue Envelope program and where to pick up the Blue Envelope products, visit the website below. You can also scan the QR code on your screen. Thank you for making San Diego a Blue Envelope county.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank my partner on this, Vice Chair Lawson Remer, and also Sheriff Kelly Martinez, and all the sheriffs on this. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
No items to pull. Just want to make an item, a remark on item 13. I know we still need to get some administrative pieces in place regarding the revising of the seats and participation in the PAC, but I'm very happy for our and congratulations to Shirley. So thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for appointing her as the City of Carlsbad nominee to the PAC. That's all. Happy to second the motion. Yeah.
All right. On the consent items, I want to just thanks both to Vice Chair Lawson Remer and Supervisor Desmond for bringing forth item number 1. I think it's extremely important, and it's going to be a wonderful tool for our communities. And then on item number 4, I want to thank the District Attorney, Summer Steffen. I think everyone knows that you might remember that we introduced a board letter to create a beta application to help outreach workers on the field connecting to unsheltered clients to appropriate shelter beds within minutes and improving the system we have now. And so, you know, I do as much as I can to get out there in the community and walk with some of the folks that are doing this work every day. And I know that this will help them. And so this action actually allows us to create a plan to incorporate all the shelters into the software and all those that are participating in this. And so this is exactly how technology can actually help our communities and make improvements that we need to make sure that our systems can effectively reduce barriers to access for those experiencing homelessness. So I'm very excited and hope my colleagues will be able to support that. And then item 7, I want to thank the congressional delegation, Senator Faisal Padilla, Congressman Peters, Congressman Levin, for the funding allocation to support our mobile crisis response team. Our mobile crisis response teams have been vital in providing crisis intervention to individuals experiencing behavioral health crisis. And I know that this is going to really allow us to expand additional services. So I'm excited about that. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. And as you mentioned, items 2 and 11 have been withdrawn. We have 11 speakers for items on the consent calendar, 7 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 5 individuals that registered their support for item 1 but did not wish to address the board. Any members of the public that requested to speak on items on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of the items on the consent calendar. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Nathan Rowley, Kate Kinnamont, Bernie Cullen, Heather Mitchell, and Monique Ball. If I've called your name, please come forward. And I'll ask you to please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking on. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Lieutenant Nathan Rowley, item number 1. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. On behalf of Sheriff Martinez, it is with great privilege that I come before you in the community today with the Blue Envelope Program. As the concept of this program makes its mark across law enforcement agencies around the nation, San Diego stands unique in that this program took a holistic approach of its intent by taking the program beyond servicing just individuals with autism at a traffic stop. The San Diego County Blue Envelope Program is designed to serve as an enhanced, inclusive communication awareness tool between law enforcement officers and community members diagnosed with conditions or disability that require additional accommodations or awareness during a law enforcement interaction. We are so thankful to our community partner organizations that have been involved from the beginning of the Blue Envelopes program development and provided valuable feedback, as well as the San Diego County Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association backing and taking this program region-wide. Thank you to Supervisor Desmond for championing this concept from the get-go, and for Supervisor Lawson-Remer's ongoing efforts with elevating service delivery to the neurodiverse community. I would also like to thank Terrell Simmons and Holly Norton from the county's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion team for being great collaborative partners based on their expertise in this space. The Sheriff's Department prides itself for striving to provide the highest quality public safety service to everyone in San Diego County. As part of those efforts, our efficiency is made possible with each of our valued team members. Therefore, I would like to make a special recognition to Crime Prevention Specialist Heather Mitchell, who brought this program to our department's attention, and for her dedication to its success based on her family's personal experience with autism. We are proud to make San Diego a Blue Envelope County and serve our region to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Heather Mitchell. I'm the Crime Prevention Specialist, excuse me, with the Sheriff's Department. I work out of the Fallbrook Station. Part of my responsibility is to act as a liaison between the community and patrol, and that includes addressing needs, concerns, anything like that that I might need to bring to the department. When I first heard about the program through social media and presented it to Lieutenant Rowley, I had no idea what to expect. Like he had mentioned, having it hit home as well, I presented it and it really streamlined. So I would like to thank Supervisor Desmond, the Board of Supervisors, as well as Supervisor Lawson-Remer for your support in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bernie Colon. I'm Assistant Chief with the San Diego Police Department, and I just wanted to be here to show support for the Sheriff's Department's program. I'm speaking on 2 areas. First is on behalf of Chief David Neslight and the entire San Diego Police Department. We hope that you support this program. It'll give our officers another tool to help de-escalate situations during one of our several 100,000 contacts that we have each year. On the second part, I'm also the law enforcement liaison for Special Olympics Southern California, and I think this tool will help give our athletes a great opportunity to be confident when they have contact with law enforcement in the field. So thank you very much, and I hope you support it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board of Supervisors.
My name is Monique Paul, and here I have with my colleague, my advocate of the Deaf Community Services, your actor in the video for the Blue Envelope program. We work for Deaf Community Services of San Diego County. I'm the director, and I wanted to just emphasize the thrill and the excitement we have to collaborate with the Sheriff's Department for our deaf community. Both of us, we have a very loud voice in our community advocating for the deaf community and their rights. It's a big struggle for us with the Sheriff's Department, the police department. Communication has been a big struggle for us, and it's been our goal that we provide sensitivity training to the police and the Sheriff's Department on how they can improve their communication with our deaf community, and I'm thankful that we're here supporting this program.
Thank you. Final call for Kate Kinnamont. I'd like to invite forward the speakers in opposition of the items on the consent calendar, Mark, Truth, and Consuelo. You may come forward in any order.
All right, this is Truth and Apathy's a Drag. But I'm glad Tara has decided to show up. She should for item 1, is declaring San Diego a blue envelope county. But it's just for county workers to better understand those with autism, not the public. But Jim, if someone goes for a blue envelope in their glove box, I don't think that's gonna go down well with the sheriffs. Let's see. Item 3, $800,000 for the Residential Reentry Center for 1 year, run by Core Civic Inc., the second largest private prisons corporation, mostly owned by Fidelity, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Core Civic also said that deadly clot shots are effective against variants. Complete lie. Item 4 is new tech for real-time county shelter bed mobile network. But what's the point if there's no beds available? Item 5 is $3 million in state debt dollars for the County Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs because of the war in Ukraine that traitors in our government have caused and are intentionally prolonging and bankrupting us for. Item 6 is moving $18 million to the State Health Department, plus $46.6 million in county agreements with entities like Kaiser that offer false health solutions. Item 7 is over $4.4 million in federal debt dollars for substance abuse and mental health services. If you supervisors actually care about people suffering from substance abuse, then why have you all voted in favor of harm reintroduction, which gives pipes and needles for everyone, including children? Item 8 is over $291,000 of people's unclaimed money, mostly going to the county's pocket. Item 9 is over $2.5 million more for inflated county probation employee salaries over 3 years. Item 10 is NORA's $7.1 billion We Got You appropriations. Item 12 is conflict of interest codes approved by the conductors of conflict of interest. And item 13, it looks like Gurman's getting his wishes. Shirley Anderson's finally getting on the Palomar Airport Advisory Committee.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, well, if I were committing a heinous crime as a criminal, as I escaped, I would definitely want a blue envelope. Shelter beds, number 4. Shelter beds are not the answer. The tech is not the answer. Shelter beds would help if you had thousands and thousands, but people want privacy. They want to feel safe. I've told you you could 3D print Appy's Core, could 3D print 7,500 10 by 10. They could stack up and down vertically, whatever, be moved around, be mobile. You could have a mobile bathroom, kind of like they have on Catalina Island, like, you know, several buildings with bathrooms and a common eating area. It wouldn't be hard. You could have the problem solved in 2 years easy if you'd stop trying to make money for your fricking corporation. Ukraine refugees, that's really sad. The war is even going on. Biden could have literally, for about $12 billion, he could have built 10 by 40 houses, 3D printed them across our entire border, with 2 border agents living in some of the housing on every mile of it, of our border, and secured our border. That's really sad. I feel bad for the refugees that they're trapped in this fucking money-making war for Biden. and his cronies. Mobile crisis team, mental health. Well, the pharmaceutical companies give lots of money to universities, and I'm sure you guys, or anything else they can, to be drugging people. Most of the people I've seen that have taken medication didn't go well. Conflict of interest, there's a huge conflict of interest with Nora being the head of this and Sandag, the chairman. That unbelievable conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Same with Sean.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, brother.
Consuelo, what is not being understood is that these politicians are not here to solve what's on the consent calendar. They're here to make sure things go according to plan. There's something to be said about the people of San Diego. We pay the highest gas taxes, 54 cents on the dollar per gallon. We pay the most for electricity, not only in the state or the country, but on the planet. Not even our local media has the people's back. Yep, I'm on.
Topic, and so please, there is a rule that's very specific. So I'm going to read it to you because I want to make sure, so just go ahead and put it on hold. The chairperson may rule that a speaker is impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting if the conduct is off topic or otherwise unrelated to the agenda item under consideration, or if the speaker's conduct violates any other provisions in these rules or procedures, and the speakers may forfeit their remaining time on that time. So I'm letting you know you're off topic, and please keep to the confines of the agenda items. That's your first warning.
We pay the most electricity, not only in the state or the country, but on the planet. Not even our local media has the people's backs, let alone do these beyond corrupt politicians. How people can be so entirely aloof and continue to just go along with being tax cattle slaves, it's just amazing. Everybody's waiting on something or someone. Start paying attention. If you are following people or organizations on social media and you don't know about the United Nations Agenda 21, then you're
Consuelo, what item are you on? All right, so this is, you're again being warned that you're off topic. This is the agenda item is the consent item. So your comments are unrelated to the agenda item, and you're impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. If you continue to be off topic, your time will be forfeited in accordance to the board rules of procedures, rule number 4. That's your second warning. Go ahead and continue.
549543C. You are in violation. Okay, things will get worse. They already are. It's just that the public is too distracted to see it. It's not going to change until each and every single one of us shows up and starts holding these public officials accountable. They've done so much bad already. They violate.
You have forfeited your time. Please leave the podium. Please leave the podium. You've forfeited your time. So please be removed from the chambers. Thank you very much. Yes. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break so that she can be removed from the chambers.
should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Blue envelope stuff. This is a good idea. There are a lot of people it could help the deputies deal with in a better manner, such as Audra Morgan being dragged kicking and screaming from this room and being beat up for a minor interruption despite having recovered from MS, or homeless or disabled or drug injured or paranoid at having their stuff taken or being abused by the police or police. And it looks cheap too, only $75,000. With all the new homeless people, high rents and other things your ill-advised policies will cost, you might want to expand the blue envelope even more, say 100,000 or 150,000 shelter beds. This is also a great idea and much needed, but I am disappointed to see the words that today's action will begin the process of developing and implementing a plan for the integration and utilization of the new technology. What has been going on for the last 6 months? Refugee Support Services Plan. This is also a pretty good report, but looking at the specifics, there are a few weird things. I'm not sure how travel and leisure adding jobs between 2021 and 2 is relevant today. Then the latest data is from February for unemployment, but census info is from 2019 to 21. That's pathetically old. Appointments, they should be up for public discussion, not competing for time with 13 other items on consent. Finally, communications received. I approve, especially of my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Makes me wonder if I was a part of the blue envelope community, if I wouldn't have been brutally beaten and all that. But it's interesting. It cost $75,000 just to request the approval. So that's interesting. Who's getting that $75,000? And what is this, program going to look like and cost the people? And is it really going to help? Are these, we already can't trust the officers that are there. Anywho, and your integration of this kind of shelter bed mobile network, yeah, that seems nice, but we don't even have enough beds, so it's not really going to do anything when you don't have any shelter beds, just to show that there's no shelter beds. But it, makes you look like you're doing something. And I love that we're going to support refugees with the Ukrainian money. That's good, right? Because, we can't help our own people. We don't want to do that, but we need to make sure these people have housing, assistance, childcare, job search and training, all of these things. And healthcare, right? We need to make sure they do, and we damn well are going to make sure of that. But the people, here, it's that are from here and live, we don't want to worry about them. That would be dumb. And I love that you're taking victims' money. That's good. Let's see what else. Always, integrating things, and you have to, get state payments. So you're going to participate in something where you're going to, increase, put everything into one entity, right, to make sure you get some more money, whatever. Yeah, conflict of interest codes. Love it that you guys are, making sure that people are abiding by their conflict of interest codes. Oh, well, you aren't. Right? Because it's all just a bunch of smoke and mirrors, really what happens. And so it's good. I just love that we spend the people's money on stuff to make ourselves look good, because San Diego wants to be the first at looking good in everything, right? By everything.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the items on the consent calendar.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is discussion item number 15, which is now we're going to discuss receiving the update on the aging roadmap and seek expansion of the pilot program to include emergency older adult care for County of San Diego employees. So I'm going to turn over the floor to the county team for a presentation.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Under your leadership, the county remains committed to ensuring that older adults can age well in the region. Today, we are pleased to present our 4th annual update of the Aging Roadmap. We will also provide a brief update on the September 12, 2023 board discussion on expanding an emergency child care flex day system pilot program for County of San Diego employees, with consideration for employees who provide care for older adult family members. Launched in 2019, the Aging Roadmap is a comprehensive plan to ensure our communities are equipped with programs and resources to support the needs and leverage the contributions of a growing population of older adults. It includes the county's state and federal programs for older adults, as well as the aging-related initiatives spearheaded by your board in the last few years. Today, we will review accomplishments from a range of programs. I will now turn it over to Naomi Chavez, Assistant Director of Aging and Independent Services. Naomi?
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. Our older adult population is growing rapidly. There are currently over 783,000 San Diegans over the age of 60. By 2030, there will be more than 910,000. Given this projected growth, it is essential that we have a comprehensive plan for services. The Aging Roadmap provides a blueprint to address the challenges and opportunities that are sure to accompany this shift in demographics. While Aging and Independent Services, or AIS, leads the implementation of the roadmap, its success is the result of collaboration and collective effort across many county departments. The Aging Roadmap was conceptualized as a broad framework to encompass all county programs and initiatives for older adults and individuals with disabilities. The goal of the Aging Roadmap is to create supportive and inclusive communities where people of all ages and abilities have an equitable opportunity to thrive. The 10 priority areas within the Aging Roadmap include caregiver support, safety, preparedness, silver economy, medical and social services system, social participation, dementia, health and community support, housing, and transportation. The Aging Roadmap is the product of ongoing community engagement and collaboration that began in 2016 when the county joined the AARP network of age-friendly communities. It started as the Age Well San Diego Action Plan with 5 priority areas. In 2019, when the Aging Roadmap was conceptualized as a broader framework, the remaining 5 areas were identified. More than 10 community groups help advance the priorities alongside AIS and other county staff. Achievements in each of the 10 areas are outlined in detail in our 2023 Aging Roadmap Annual Update. Today, we are pleased to present a few highlights. Let's start with health and community support. Over the past year, the county has partnered with the San Diego Seniors Community Foundation to convene meetings of the San Diego Senior Center Coalition and explore ways to work together. One resulting project was the Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Training Toolkit. This resource supports senior centers to keep staff up to date on mandated reporter training. Another important effort is the Tech to Connect, IHSS Technology for Social Inclusion and Wellbeing program. Tech to Connect aims to reduce social isolation and improve mental well-being among isolated IHSS recipients and caregivers. The program provides eligible participants with a tablet and data, technology training, and support to connect with telehealth or mental health services and social engagement opportunities. As of this month, more than 3,700 IHSS recipients and 200 IHSS caregivers have been invited to participate. 600 of these people have expressed interest in the program, with more than 300 already receiving services. While there are many opportunities for social participation in our region, not all older adults have equal access due to transportation or other barriers. While virtual opportunities are increasingly common for those who are homebound, not everyone has digital literacy skills or access to technology. In addition to the IHSS Tech to Connect program, AIS offers digital inclusion programs to address the digital divide among eligible older adults by providing an iPad, a data plan, training, and technical support to facilitate socialization and participation in activities from the older adult's home. Other efforts to promote social participation focus on intergenerational engagement by connecting older adults to youth. Over the past fiscal year, AIS worked with the Department of Parks and Recreation to host intergenerational pickleball and cooking classes, as well as an intergenerational games event. We know that housing continues to be a significant challenge. Older adult homelessness is also a growing concern, with 1/4 of homeless San Diegans age 55 or older. To address these issues, the county has been working on a number of initiatives. The Home Safe program provides state funding for adult protective services, or APS, to identify clients at risk of homelessness and connect them with housing navigation services and funds for rapid rehousing. As of June 30th, Home Safe served 558 APS clients who were facing housing insecurity. In June 2022, AIS staff worked with members of the Regional Task Force on Homelessness and Serving Seniors to develop a pilot a training titled Aging 101, Training for Homeless Service Providers to Better Serve Older Adults. In the last fiscal year, the training has been given to over 250 homeless service providers throughout the county. To help mitigate the financial burden older adults face and keep older adults from experiencing homelessness, your board approved creation of a pilot shallow rental subsidy program in September 2022. The Office of Homeless Solutions provides a $500 monthly subsidy and light case management services over a period of 18 months to selected households. In the past fiscal year, the county completed the Harris Family Senior Residence in City Heights in partnership with the City of San Diego. This features 117 affordable housing units for adults aged 62 and up. Also, Housing and Community Development Services is working on 6 housing developments that will provide 417 affordable units for older adults. Nearly 102,000 individuals in our region are living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, or ADRD, and there is a growing need for services. The county and our partners have made significant strides to address the impacts of ADRD. For instance, due to a shortage of specialists, primary care physicians are on the front lines of dementia care, but they have not historically had the tools or information to provide the highest standard of care. The Clinical Roundtable, comprised of medical specialists from each of our region's health systems, developed the Physicians' Guidelines for the screening, evaluation, and management of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. In fiscal year 2022-23, a total of 774 local clinicians were trained on the guidelines. Through county and other caregiver programs, over 80,000 hours of respite care were provided to caregivers. In addition, AIS's Alzheimer's response team provided support to more than 960 households with people living with ADRD and their families. Throughout the United States, it is estimated that nearly 1 in 10 older adults living in a community setting have experienced elder abuse in the prior year. The county provides a variety of services that seek to improve safety among older adults. Adult Protective Services investigates reports of elder and dependent adult abuse. In fiscal year 2022-23, APS received over 24,000 referrals, with over 21,600 investigations resulting in more than 17,600 cases. This is an increase in cases of 26% since the previous fiscal year. In February 2023, the Elder Justice Task Force launched an asset recovery process to protect APS clients from wire fraud and assist them to recover lost funds. The process involves special handling by intake and investigatory staff and collaboration with the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center's Recovery Asset Team, who can track and recover the money. This collaboration has resulted in over $700,000 in victims' funds recovered so far. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program advocates for residents and investigates abuse in long-term care facilities, such as nursing homes. From July 2022 to June 2023, the program completed 2,257 facility visits, and 48 ombudsman volunteers donated a total of 2,521 hours. The medical and social services system is large, fragmented, and based on multiple funding streams, making it difficult for older adults and caregivers to navigate. To help address this and further the work of integrating our local health and human services system, in November 2022, the county hired Dr. Lindsay Yorman to be our first Chief Geriatric Officer. To decrease social isolation and food insecurity, AIS contracts with several organizations to provide nutritious meals for adults aged 60 and older. Between July 2022 and June 2023, over 1.8 million home-delivered, congregate, and to-go meals were served. Looking ahead to 2024, the county and community partners will continue to advance aging roadmap goals. Programs and initiatives that support these efforts can be explored in greater depth by looking at the action plan located in the appendix of the report. In October 2023, the county will conduct another comprehensive round of community input to inform the Aging Roadmap's priorities moving forward. The growth of the older adult population brings challenges and opportunities as our communities work to ensure the health, safety, and quality of life of all older adult residents. The board's ongoing interest and support of the county's age-friendly programs is greatly valued. Thank you for your time and interest as you receive this update on the Aging Roadmap. I will now turn the presentation back over to Dr. McDonald.
Thank you, Naomi. And thank you again to the board for your steadfast support of the Aging Roadmap and programs to help San Diegans age well. As noted at the beginning of the presentation, we also wanted to provide a brief update on the board's September 12th action regarding an emergency leave program for county employees. In collaboration with the Department of Human Resources, we've included a second recommendation within today's item in alignment with your board's action from the September 12th, 2023 meeting, where your board directed staff to meet and confer with the county unions, associations, and create a pilot program that would implement an emergency child care leave program for county employees with the intent of providing up to 3 paid days off for employees to use for emergency child care purposes. Today's action requests your board to authorize staff to meet and confer with the county unions associations to expand the criteria for taking the emergency leave to include care for an older adult, such as a parent. The total number of days off for child or elder care is not to exceed 3 days for both combined. Our partners with the County Department of Human Resources are here today to answer any questions related to the second recommendation. Thank you for this opportunity to present on this item. This concludes our presentation, pending any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to turn over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 15 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speaker, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individuals in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Nate Woolman, followed by Mark and Truth. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Nate Woolman. I am Vice President of SEIU Local 221. SEIU was pleased to support the item creating a pilot program for emergency child care flex days for county employees at the previous board meeting. And now we are pleased to support this enhancement to the pilot program to include caring for older adult family members for the emergency pilot program. In fact, we had a member from the Child and Family Wellbeing Department who wished to speak on this item, but was unable to because she is currently with her mother in hospice. And there are others like her who would benefit from this initiative. County employees are like many Americans who are balancing the responsibilities of caring for children and aging parents, and this program is a recognition of those challenges. Let's face it, care work is real work, and whether we are caring for the young or our elders, whether they are in our family or someone else's, it is crucial to a functioning society, and it's time we gave it the recognition and the dignity that it deserves. Additionally, Local 221 has consistently raised the importance of recruiting and retaining quality staff to provide quality services, and today's initiative to promote a more family-friendly environment is an important step towards that goal. We appreciate the supervisor's willingness to acknowledge that in this instance, and we urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, according to 54954.3C of the Brown Act, you're not allowed to prohibit policies, procedures. Also, you cannot prohibit a critique of omissions, Nora. So,
Just a reminder,
omissions.
sir, this is item number 5.
Yes, I am. But this is very important.
Okay, go ahead.
You're doing a Brown Act violation because omission means you didn't know about it. You don't consider important, but one of your public commenters does. So you don't have the right to prohibit their critique of an omission. And that is in 54954.3C of the Brown Act. Now, relating to this, if you're not going to address inflation, which, again, everyone should see this video on YouTube, this video title, Zeitgeist, Addendum, etc., then there's nothing that you're going to do that is ever going to help the seniors. Inflation will engulf everyone, beginning with the seniors, of course, which it already has and is, which is why it's such a big problem you're addressing it. But that, like, to say that you're going to help them or subsidize them with our money, it's just a snake eating its own tail, and it will completely just devolve into chaos. We can't subsidize everyone as inflation takes over the economy completely and totally, like Argentina and many other places. It's just a fact. There's no doubt about it. That's how arithmetic works. It was planned to be this way. If you don't point it out as leaders and help stop it, then you're complicit and you're derelict in your duty. No amount of subsidizing or helping them with rides or nothing like that is going to solve the problem, nor should it. Everybody should have a good standard of living.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
It's truth. I've heard Jim call himself the old guy around here, so I'm not sure if this item is about him or not. All right, seriously, the county's aging roadmap has goals including social participation, transportation safety, preparedness, and silver economy. First, county government doesn't have any business in determining or measuring anyone's participation in society. Second, for transportation and safety, if anyone's expecting elders to rely on public transit, they're definitely not going to be safe. MTS has reported at least one sexual assault as well as 90 attacks upon transit security. Third, for preparedness, if that has anything to do with the county's faux hurricanes, then I disapprove of elders being scared to death for no reason. That can't be good for another county goal of health and community support. Fourth, for silver economy, it's offensive when this item says, quote, leverage the contributions of older adults, end quote. That sounds like county government intends to use our elders like a business asset. There's $500,000 in American Ruination Plan Act debt dollars for a child care flex day system plus 3 paid days off, only for county workers, now to be expanded to include care to older adult family members. So county workers have to choose the days for either their older family member or their younger family member, their mother or their daughter, their father or their son. Either way, that price is definitely going to exceed that estimated amount like every government program does. The most telling lack of real care is the county's Aging for All workshop, being partnered with Sharp Healthcare, the entity who put out absolutely disgusting propaganda during the lockdown era, bragging about how great it was that people weren't allowed to visit their dying older adult family members. Overall, this item says the county's roadmap is aligned with and advances the state of California's master plan for aging. So that means these are not plans that represent the local people's wishes. These are dictates from a centralized government. No, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All bold. The aging roadmap says principles of equity guide the county's ongoing community engagement efforts. The programs or initiatives within the aging roadmap priority areas. The aging don't need equity, just services to those in need. Some might need more, but equity is a loaded term and is better left out. Equity without justification, none is given here, is a waste. I hope dementia-friendly community, by the way, on page 26, is a joke. One suggestion I have would be to help with dignity by including job placement services so the elderly don't feel left out. Many older people want to work. It's a way to preserve social connection, to learn about changing habits, technology, and customs. Classes and programs are great, but job opportunities would provide a working chance to enhance one's self-worth. The roadmap mentions affordable housing. You are the HHSA should provide exact figures on what percentage is affordable to whom. You say other health systems are in the process of determining what will work best for their system. You may be already, but you should take the lead and train them, or at least make sure they have specific, well-indexed manuals in several languages. You mentioned with information regarding new medications for ADHD. The best treatment is no medication where possible. You should say it. The rest of the plan seems to be good and well-written and pretty thorough.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
You guys love spending ARPA funds. And just for San Diego employees, I love how the rest of the people suffering don't get to, get all of these perks and whatnot. And it's funny you talk about mandated reporter training. What happened, in social isolation, right? You guys had nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with everybody being socially isolated, right? And what's happened with all these mandated reporters? Are they being trained to not report things? Because there are things going on at a massive scale across the board at schools, at hospitals, and every entity that is, should be reported as abuse, and it's not. So it makes me wonder. But, you guys sat here and people were like, where was all this when these older people are being forced vaccinated and against their will in these homes and whatnot? It's like, we don't care about that, right? We need to get everybody vaccinated. So I know part of this will probably be to get them vaccinated, right, with a bioweapon so that they ensure they die, right? And then you want to give them the technology so that you can brainwash them with that and be like, you better get your updated vaccine, right? But all while we're not really telling people, why Alzheimer's and all of these things occur or why people are dying from these vaccines. It's just that you need to get them. So, as long as you guys offer up this beautiful thing, like we're going to help the older people now, where were you when they've really needed help? All of these, homes are suffering and there's abuse going on with these elderly people, yet you want to just provide certain things for employees and, only people that are playing your game. But we never really talk about things like the aerosol, stratospheric aerosol injections that could potentially and are causing, many diseases in people. We don't ever want to get to that, right? But we want to just be like, we're going to help them, and we're going to have all these mandated reporters, and we need to get them out of social isolation, even though you put everybody in that. You guys are just saying, you're like.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. And I want to thank first the team for all of the work on this particular item and, really identifying the 10 priorities for support. I know that particularly during COVID, our seniors have faced a lot of challenges. And so it's really important that we're meeting their housing needs, social participation, caregiving support, that we're really looking at it from a holistic perspective. I think that is fantastic. I will say that I am, as someone who did take care of an older parent with my brothers and sisters, I had the flexibility to be able to step out, and he was in bad care during that time. Good care, been a really bad situation. And so I'm happy that this particular board letter is really also focusing on this opportunity to provide resources for our county employees. And so I want to thank Supervisor Anderson for bringing that forth at the last meeting. I do want to emphasize that it's really important. Last year, I brought a board letter forward that was focused on supporting the aging population, specifically about existing services programs available. And so I want to make sure that that continues to be a part of it. And I'm really excited that you really are doing a lot of comprehensive outreach and support to make sure that you're gathering this information as well. And I am particularly thrilled about having a chief geriatric officer. I think we're the first ones to do something like that, and I've met her, and so I appreciate that work that you all are doing in that. And then the nutrition program, I think, is another one that is really important. We heard loud and clear from many of them during COVID, especially our seniors, about what that meant and what was happening. And so, again, thank you. I'm excited about the county employees pilot expansion and really thinking about other ways that we can support our aging population. And I'm going to keep doing everything that I can to make sure that just how we were able to get no-cost transportation to youth under 18 to continue to fight. I know, Ebony, I'm gonna keep figuring it out how we get it there, right? Do it well and doing it without creating too much of a financial burden, so that seniors are actually able to, get public transportation at no cost as well. It's very important to me, and so we'll continue to champion that. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion. And then Supervisor Anderson?
I'd like to second that motion. And I just want to say to our county staff, it's a great report. I think we're on the right path. I think we're doing a great job. With the fastest growing homeless population being our seniors, everything we can do to keep them in their homes, everything we can do to help them maintain their life actually is great for them, but it's also good for society as a whole. And one of the things I'm very excited about is expanding the emergency child care flex day system to include older adults. And I want to thank Chair Vargas and all my colleagues for being so supportive. I tried to amend it last time, but it wasn't appropriate according to the Roberts rules, and so I was happy to see it come back here. And I really appreciate the hard work and outreach that you have all done. So again, I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you. As a senior, I'm happy to support.
Oh my goodness, well, I'm almost a senior, and I'm just kidding, almost. All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Actually, AARP does send you stuff as soon as you turn 50, so I think I'm borderline senior.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is an item that is very near and dear to my heart. Thank you again for your presentation. This is an item that both Supervisor Desmond and I are introducing, but there's been some changes, so I'm going to turn it over to our clerk so he can share with all of you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. There were changes. An errata was submitted yesterday and posted online and distributed to the board that made changes to the recommendations. What you see on the screen are the revisions to the recommendations that are before the board that were described in the errata, again, that was distributed yesterday and posted online for members of the public.
All right, before we go to public comment, I just want to make a couple of comments. I think, my colleague and I are bringing this item forward to respond to particularly the many nonprofits that have been reaching out, asking for relief, and to continue to deliver compassionate services to our asylum seekers entering the United States for the first time. I think it's important to emphasize that every day, all over the world, people make the most difficult decision, which is to leave their lives in search of a safer and better life. And San Diego County has proven to be a welcoming place, and we must continue to provide the support and services to anyone arriving at the border seeking humanitarian protection. Asylum seekers have a legal right to be here under U.S. immigration law, and a person granted asylum is legally allowed to remain in the country without fear of deportation. The challenges we are currently seeing at the border are due to a broken asylum and immigration system, including improved processes for migrant shelter services across the border region. This particular board letter is going to declare the humanitarian crisis in the county of San Diego to request further federal support for asylum seekers entering the United States through our ports of entry. It includes the request to the federal government to prevent to ensure that we are making sure that we have the capacity for the organizations that have been making sure that they're helping our asylum seekers, and then emphasizes the county's commitment to address immigration through our Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, and to continue that strong role as conveners for the nonprofit and government entities engaged in this issue with the 18 cities and unincorporated areas. The state states the county's commitment to pursue any federal funding available to relieve the NGOs that have been doing this work tirelessly for so long. And while Supervisor Desmond and I may have fundamentally different views on immigration policy, we can both agree on one thing, and that is that this county urgently needs federal resources as we face a humanitarian crisis. San Diego is a very thriving binational region. We've demonstrated our commitment to creating an inclusive and vibrant community to our immigration population. And time and again, we have proven that San Diego is a welcoming county, and our community always steps up to meet the challenges when people need it the most. So our county is not foreign to global migration patterns, nor does our county shy away from welcoming those fleeing violence or persecution, looking for a better life. I'll turn it over to my colleague, if you have any comments.
Sure, thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate this, and I appreciate the partnership on this. This is not a Democrat issue. This is not a Republican issue. This is a federal responsibility issue. We've got hundreds of asylum seekers have been released daily within the San Diego County recently. We've witnessed an unprecedented influx of migrants from around the world dropped off at our transit stations throughout San Diego County. Over 7,500 individuals have been street released over the last 13 days, and the numbers show no sign of slowing down. Sunday, myself, I went to the Oceanside Transit Center where people being dropped off in Border Patrol vans, and the first question they asked is, where am I? How do I get a ride to the airport? Well, you've been driven all the way up to the Oceanside, and now you want to go back down to the airport, which is great. So it's kind of puzzling why the Oceanside site. But our immigration system, I think, is broken, and people far and wide are capitalizing on the federal government's ineptness on immigration. In the absence of a sufficient federal government resources and support, it's clear we, San Diego County, we can't just continue down this path. And so we must declare this current situation a humanitarian crisis. We already face a severe homelessness crisis, and dropping off into thousands of individuals into our streets actually diverts our focus and diverts the focus of some of the nonprofits and the charities and people that are actually helping the migrants at the drop-off site. It takes their focus off homelessness and puts them towards a federal issue and that the federal government should be handling. Like many others, our region is beyond its capacity for acceptance of asylum seekers, providing them essential services and resources and support for those seeking refuge within our borders. We are a community that values compassion. We have empathy, and we must acknowledge the practical limits of our own capacity to meet the needs of those who arrive in our region. We urgently require federal assistance and resources, and a comprehensive strategy to address this situation effectively, ensuring the well-being of our community and for those seeking shelter within it. One of the things I noted with Oceanside is I understand the city of Oceanside has been giving out hotel vouchers to some people and individuals that maybe they can't get a flight until tomorrow, or they can't get in touch with their sponsor, so they're using homeless vouchers for the migrants, which is fine if we got room, but I don't know that that's not the best use of our resources regionally. And as our nonprofits and organizations, charities and churches are funded to assist us in those homelessness issues, but they have stepped up in this crisis, and we are very, very, very grateful. I noticed in Oceanside at the North County Transit District Station, there was booths set up, there was a generator, they couldn't get it running, I got it started for them, and helping out and helping people get to their final destinations. I talked to an individual who came from Colombia, and through an interpreter, I asked him, where he was going. He said he had a cousin in Denver, but his cell phone was dead. He couldn't get in touch with his sponsor or his cousin. He needed to get to the airport, and it just seems to be a continuing story. But I think the federal government must send additional resources and fix their immigration process. I think it's neither humane nor compassionate. Most of the migrants don't speak English, and they lack the resources to reach their intended destinations, but they're simply dropped off in our county and left without any resources. So the county cannot and should not be providing additional resources. This responsibility falls squarely on the federal government. If you want us to fund these resources, what program do you want us to take it from? And nobody wants us to have any money taken from their program, but the federal government really should step up and do this. And quite frankly, it's bittersweet, I guess, that other cities throughout the country are having this same problem. And hopefully we'll get some immigration reform. Hopefully, Washington, D.C. will wake up. I spoke to our congressman for about a half an hour on the phone on Saturday. And unfortunately, there was no immediate solutions. He said they were working on long-term solutions, but immediately there wasn't any help in sight. So not out of weakness, but out of strength, I think recognizing our practical limits as a local government and demanding the federal government step up to address the problem they've created. Again, this is not a Democrat, this is not a Republican issue, this is federal government's responsibility. So I urge my colleagues today in joining us and join me in calling on the federal government to step and address the problem that they have created that currently has no end in sight. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 34 requests to speak on this item, 20 in person and 14 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 34 e-comments, 12 of those in favor, 4 in opposition, and 17 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 16 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Caroline Thies-Aird, Lisa Cuestas, Greg Angel, Lindsay Toxalowski, and Kate Clark. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Thies-Aird. I'm here today representing Pilgrim United Church of Christ in Carlsbad. I'm the chair of their social justice team. We believe that we have demonstrated our welcome with our support of asylum seekers and our immigrant friends, family, and neighbors. While we support this resolution to secure a federal response, we'd like to make it clear we cannot wait another day for the county to respond as well. This aid has been repeatedly requested, and we're still waiting for the county to apply for desperately needed FEMA funds, for instance. Kudos to the City of Oceanside, North County LGBTQ Resource Center, Interfaith, and the many organizations and individuals who have stepped in from day one in Oceanside to welcome asylum seekers when we have no funding and few resources. This is something that requires a community response, and we fully expect the county to do their part alongside us. Now, we can't afford to wait when people are at risk of being trafficked, when people are at risk of illness, and they do have family to go to. They do have places to go to. And it's not a matter of either or in terms of homelessness. We don't want to create another homelessness problem. We need to help people get to where they're going, which is what they want. We need free COVID testing. We need immediate options for safe shelters, such as contracts with nearby hotels while we wait for long-term infrastructure. The county can act right now by helping with things like Wi-Fi, things like cell phones, cell phone service that people can use to connect with family. Translation services for things, for materials that help people know what their next steps are. So we're doing the best we can, and I think we're doing a really great job.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Cuestas. I'm CEO of Casa Familiar. There was a presentation submitted. I'm not sure if that will be shown, but you should have a copy. I'm in support of item 16. However, it needs a clear understanding. We need a clear understanding that county can deploy resources now while it applies for federal funds. CASA is a 50-year-old organization in San Isidro, where the majority of people seeking asylum are being released. Our work is about enhancing quality of life, and we've always done that in San Isidro. Like you, Board of Supervisors, we understand that the federal government should play a significant role in better planning. We also understand that when things don't go as they should, it falls on those most appropriately positioned to take action. CASA was one of the NGOs most appropriately positioned in San Isidro to provide a safe space with a roof, bathrooms, community kitchen, staff and volunteers to provide a dignified welcome, access to technology. We're helping people who lack orientation and resources to continue their journey towards family and safety. and we are providing our own emergency funds to address significant needs. Many others are doing the same and more. Is it not the local county who is even more appropriately positioned with way more resources and a dedicated Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs that should be leading this effort? These needs do not impact asylum seekers alone. They impact our existing border community like San Isidro to support thousands in need when we ourselves are in a historically disinvested community. Is that fair? It's a waste of time. What we need to do is for those most appropriately positioned and most responsible to work together to respond with funds now while funding the legal defense program for immigrants. We can't blame fingers right now. We have to take action together. Blame and point fingers.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Angel. I serve as CEO of Interfaith Community Services. Our organization has served as the lead boots on the ground organization at the Oceanside Transit Center for 14 days and counting, beginning on Wednesday, early morning of Wednesday, September 13th, continuing through today. We've done this work supporting and assisting more than 700 asylum-seeking individuals to safely connect with their sponsor families, Supervisor Desmond, as you saw firsthand and as you spoke to in your remarks. We've done this for 14 consecutive days. Our teams are able to do this, help asylum seekers while also fulfilling our grants, contracts, and obligations to the community at the same time. This is not a zero-sum game. Our Home Safe program, ending and preventing homelessness for seniors, which staff spoke about in the previous item, continues to fulfill its obligations. We are able to do this because of additional support, staff agreeing to step up and work a little extra hours, dig deep when there is an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, congregations, community volunteers, the City of Oceanside stepping up. We need help. The county is uniquely positioned to provide additional resources. And we fully support and fully agree that the federal government needs to do more. We hosted Congressman Levin at our site yesterday. He pledged his full commitment to secure funding to support our efforts. We cannot wait and we cannot allow the need for federal funding to obviate our requirement, community-based organizations in the County of San Diego, for the public health needs and the safety concerns of individuals in our community. Young men and young women are being dropped at our locations every day. We need your support. We need your help. We appreciate your partnership. You have an Office of Immigration Services, legal defense funds that are critically helpful. We need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Aaron Suramoto Grassi, Maria Chavez, Lon Che, Aaron Nagan, and Marla Phelps. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Kozlowski. I'm the Executive Director at Immigrant Defenders Law Center. Our staff and partner organizations and volunteers have been on the ground since September 13th, responding to meet the basic needs of asylum seekers being dropped on the streets. They arrive to us often disoriented with little more than the clothes on their backs. We have seen the incredible diversity among the populations we're serving, reflecting conflicts happening all over the world. For the majority of them, all they need is to charge their phone, call their families to buy them a flight, and help getting to the airport. I also have the unique experience of having been part of welcoming efforts in other cities, including Los Angeles. I've also visited places like Brownsville, El Paso, and San Antonio to see how they are welcoming refugees. A stark difference from those jurisdictions in San Diego is the lack of public-private partnership to welcome asylum seekers with dignity. In LA, for example, the LA County Transit Authority assists by transporting migrants to the Welcome Center run by nonprofits. LA County Department of Public Health are there to provide a health screening, COVID tests, and vaccines. LA Department of Mental Health is there to provide first aid mental health services to migrants. And the LA Housing Services Authorities, like Oceanside, provides hotel vouchers for those who need one more day to get on to where they're going. In juxtaposition, yesterday I was on site at the San Diego Welcome Center from 8 a.m. until 10:30 p.m. NGOs and community members are engaged in truly extraordinary efforts, expending staggering financial resources to ensure that no migrant is left on the street. Yesterday, we helped 700 people alone. This operation is frankly not sustainable without immediate support from the County of San Diego. We need to work together to welcome asylum seekers with dignity here.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Kate Clark. I'm the Senior Director of Immigration Services at Jewish Family Service of San Diego. JFS is a core partner of the San Diego Rapid Response Network and an operator of the San Diego Rapid Response Network Migrant Shelter. In exactly 1 month from today, we will celebrate our 5-year anniversary, and that's the creation of our respite shelter. And by that time, we will have welcomed more than 160,000 individuals through our respite shelter. Importantly and unfortunately, it will also mark the 5-year anniversary of NGOs, community members, and advocates engaging in conversations with the County of San Diego about how you can support the critical work that NGOs, community advocates, and members continue to shoulder alone. I want to be unequivocally clear that ultimately, while we are supportive of the resolution today, I'm unclear why we are actually here today, because this board passed a resolution authorizing the county to seek federal funds to support ongoing efforts by NGOs earlier this year. We agree that immigration policy is in the purview of the federal government. We agree that the immigration system is broken. Those two truths will never be an excuse for NGOs and community members to sit back on the sidelines. Instead, we choose to center humanity. We choose to step forward and respond with next to no resources. Indeed, the county has utilized its own resources, most recently with its incredible Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, and it can and should do so with this same issue, particularly in this gap time while the county applies for federal funding. Together we can welcome, together we can center humanity behind this seemingly political issue, and together we can do a lot more, but we need a willing and able partner.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Erin Suramoto-Grassi. I'm the Policy Director at Alliance San Diego. I want to thank Chair Vargas and Supervisor Desmond for bringing this letter important issue forward. We appreciate the county's commitment to assist immigrants in our region, in particular the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs and the Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program. The Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program has been critical to helping families in our region. We also appreciate your move today to push for more federal government funding. This is a challenging moment, but it is important to remember that uplifting and protecting human dignity is the responsibility of everyone. That means individuals, community members, community organizations, philanthropy, businesses, local, state, and federal government. This means we need everyone to step up and do their part. As you've heard from partners on the ground, the need for aid and resources is great, and our local community organizations cannot do this alone. The county is uniquely positioned to be able to help, and you all are leaders. We appreciate the county's partnership on this issue, and we urge you to do more. We urge you to provide additional resources and to assist the organizations on the ground. We look forward to the county's continued commitment and partnership to be able to welcome asylum seekers to our region. And remember, we all have a responsibility and a role to play when it comes to uplifting and protecting human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Roberto Zepeda, Flower Alvarez Lopez, Homaira Yusufi, and Fardausa Hussein, and Abdisalam Jama. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Aaron Nung. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm here on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center, whose mission is to enhance and sustain the health and well-being of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, transgender, non-binary, immigrant, and HIV communities to the betterment of our entire San Diego region. At the center, we have seen how LGBTQ+ people have had to flee their countries of origin in search of safety. I'm here on behalf of the Center to speak in support of the board letter declaring a humanitarian crisis due to the lack of resources for asylum seekers. To uphold its commitment to meeting the diverse needs of folks in San Diego County, our county government must center human dignity in our response to asylum seekers arriving in our region. Centering human dignity requires the acknowledgement that all levels of government have a role to play in ensuring that asylum seekers' basic human needs are being met. We appreciate the ways the county has been working to support asylum seekers, and we continue to encourage the county to look for additional ways to provide support, leveraging existing resources with federal and private dollars, including the continuation of the Office of Refugee and Immigrant Affairs and the Immigrant Legal Defense Program. The Center is proud to support our immigrant community and knows that we are a stronger county thanks to the invaluable contributions of our immigrant community members. Please support the board letter declaring a humanitarian crisis due to the lack of resources for asylum seekers so we can provide the life-saving aid these folks need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Lon Chai with Asian Solidarity Collective. I'm here to support asylum seekers who have arrived here in San Diego and the surrounding areas. Regardless of how they arrived or what procedures they went through, the fact remains that they are here on our doorsteps. And we must treat them with respect and dignity. As human beings, it is our responsibility to ensure that everyone has a right to live without suffering. We need to recognize that these individuals are fleeing from unimaginable horrors in search of safety and a better life. By expanding our help and support, we can make a significant impact in their lives and help them thrive in our communities. We need to work together to create a more welcoming and inclusive society for all. I would like to express my gratitude to the folks on the ground for the support provided thus far. I kindly urge the county to continue backing the valiant efforts of those working on the ground by exploring further avenues to assist, such as federal and private funding. It is imperative that we sustain our efforts in a compassionate manner. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Ready for this? I'm Marla Phelps, political activist over 50 years here in the city. Some of you people know me. Jim, you're right. Not about red or blue. Don't matter. Anybody that knows me knows that I ride a line down the middle. I'm gray. Not everybody likes it. That's okay with me. I get the job done. I pushed a lot of buttons yesterday. Thank you for getting this on the docket. You're awesome. I don't want a resolution, a declaration, none of that. I want it voted yes today, please. I'm going to stay and make sure. I need a copy of it when we're done. Okay? I'm going to call Daddy and Big Brothers, and I've done more of my political stuff with Washington over the years, but, you know, I've done some other stuff here. The worst thing I ever did was to vote for term limits. I did not know at the time that I took out the best county supervisors the world would ever ask for. And I've had to sit here and look at a picture of Diane Jacob. Just rips my heart out. I was here 2 weeks before that on another matter with money. I'm all about getting money for my city. You know how much I've made over the years on that? Not a dime. I've made money in politics years back, but you know what? I want to be retired. I got COVID from riding a trolley with the family with the wagon and their kids a coughing. Yeah, I'm over it now. But, you know, I'm coming down off.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robert, I'm with the Chicano Mexicano Prison Project. I've been at the border wall for going on 2 weeks now. I would just like to show you what I found in my pockets just now. I've had a hard time trying to fix and organize my room because for the past week and a half, going on 2, we've been out there preparing food. Right. It's tough to see the conditions out there with women, pregnant women, children, going without food. And I think that's one of the most alarming things when we're talking about, making funds available, that the conditions these migrants, these families, these human beings are forced to undergo are torturous. We constantly are working here at the San Diego region and going out to Jacamba. The conditions out there are a lot worse. We're providing meals, sometimes hundreds of meals, right? Hot meals whenever we can. But I want to address, right, the humanity aspect. I see a lot of individuals here in front of me and behind me, and I can't help to think that we're all human. So this is a human issue, right? A humanitarian issue. And I want to say also that I know that a lot of talk is being done about this, and we're out there on the ground, so to speak, making this happen, attending to medical needs even, right? Having to figure out how to address individuals that are bleeding out in front of us. Mothers that are bleeding out because of accidents that they have had, with children in front of us crying, right? So we need to address this. We need help on the ground, because I just got a scholarship, and all that money that was supposed to go towards my education is being used for this. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez, and I'm with Universidad Popular. Our base is in District 5. I also live, raised my family, work, and have grown up in D5. North County, San Diego is my home. I would like to thank Supervisor Jim Desmond for being the only supervisor that I know of for going to the border walls, Whiskey 8 open detention site, and to the Oceanside Transit. The first step is to show up and see things for your own eyes, so thank you. While I support the county declaring a crisis in order to get support from the federal agencies, I also urge that steps be taken towards committing support, resources, funding, to address the humanitarian crisis in our county. Supervisors, this is happening in your districts. Supervisor Desmond, I'm your constituent. I have spent the last 3 weeks camped out at the border wall, monitoring all 6 open-air detention sites, from Spooners in Imperial Beach to Boulevard Tower 177 in Jacamba, and all the sites in between. I've spent so much time at Whiskey 8. Nora, I think I should be your constituent. You should come by and pay me a visit sometime. On my spare time, since I have so much leisure time, I have supported the street releases, I have supported with sheltering, asylum seekers, family reunification, transportation, and travel. I've been at the border wall since May 11th, and I have provided aid to thousands of asylum seekers. Supervisor Anderson, the 3 sites in our backcountry in Jacamba area are in your district, and they're impacting your community members. The street releases that are happening in El Cajon are also in your district. I have been away from my family. I have stretched my physical, mental, and emotional bandwidth to the impossible. I have spent money from my pocket and my savings.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Hamaira Yusufi with PANA, the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. As community organizations, we are proud to offer a welcoming face to asylum seekers who come to our communities. At PANA, we work with newcomer communities that are here from around the world. We engage them in community efforts, and what we have seen is that when given the opportunity, immigrant communities open newcomers with open arms. They remember their own experiences and the difficulty of having to rebuild their lives. And what we have seen is, although this shouldn't be the case, those that have the least often are the ones that give the most. And an example of this is for Dosa, who's here. She's an asylum seeker who, when our community leaders met her, her family had not eaten in days. And our organization, and others are here every day supporting asylum seekers. We are engaging mosques, churches, community centers, trying to find anywhere we can to provide shelter, to provide food, and other basic services. For example, at the end of last night, we had 14 asylum seekers who didn't have a place to go. So I put a call out to my family and I said, hey, can anyone support? And surprisingly, my 13-year-old nephew texted me. He said, my dad told me about the asylum seekers and I donated to the cause. What I think is really interesting sitting here is that, Supervisor Desmond, I live in your district, I have for a while. I have community neighbors who are military vets who work in the police department. And you know what? They constantly come to support asylum seekers and refugees. My garage is a place where they donate their items because they understand that we all have a moral obligation to help in times of need. And what I urge you to do, what I urge the county to do today is to really stand with our asylum seekers and support.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Pam and Clint Carney.
Hi, my name is Salam Jama. I am with PANA, Partners for Advancing New Americans. Every day, I help newcomers when they arrive in San Diego. They have nothing, just clothes on their backs, and they have to start all their lives from scratch. At PANA, we help connect them to services like working with the county's immigration legal defense program and PANA's attorneys. We need to center human dignity in our response to asylum seekers arriving in our region. Centering human dignity means acknowledging that all we have is a responsibility to respond, and that all levels of government have a role to play to protect human rights. I urge you to show compassion, to do everything you can to take a part in supporting the organizations here who are working on the ground to support asylum seekers. Here is one good example of Ferdosa. She is a newly arrived immigrant from Somalia. She has 3 children. She doesn't have nowhere to stay and nothing to eat. So immigrants like this need support and services from organizations like ours who have nothing to assist. We ask the county to support these communities. Furthermore, she wants to speak for herself, and I would like to interpret for her. She speaks Somali language.
She'll have 4 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for supporting this agenda. So,
waxaan nahay Fardoos Axmed Xuseen waxaan soo galay wadankan bishii 3-deedii.
My name is Fardoos Ahmed. I came this country in the 3rd of this month.
Waxaan rabaa inaan wadanka caawinaad ay fidiyaan. Waxaan wataa ciyaal 3 ciyaal.
I have 3 children. I need assistance from this country.
Hadda la joogo guri ma haystay cunto iyo wax ciyaalkana waxbarasho ma haystaan.
At this time, I don't have house. I don't have food to eat for my children, and my children do not have school at this time.
Waxaan kaloo rabaa ii sheegay. Waxaa kaloo maxay ahaataa haddii aad caawino degdeg aad ii fidin kartiin ama guri aad ii raadin kartiin.
I need immediate assistance such as housing, food, and immigration assistance.
Waxaa kaloo meeshaan wadankan dadku maryaana dad ima joogo Soomaalida meeshaan joogtay caawisay ayaantan bii caawinaysay.
I have no family members or relatives here in this country. The only assistance I get is from the community members who are here in San Diego.
Waxaa kaloo jira maxay ahaato wadanka markaan soo galayay aniga wiilkayga yariiska waana kala waday 9 jir ahay. Maxay ahaato qof qaangaar ah la kala wadaaya marka waan naxay gurdaha taana hurtay ciidamada
So the day I arrived at the border patrol separated me and my child, who was 9 years old. They separated us for 2 days. Until now, I didn't get any sleep with that coming from that trauma.
ilaa hadda saska aan ka qaaday ma hurdi maxay ahaato ma aqaan wallahi xaaladayda tusay ay ku sugantay.
At this time, I am in critical condition. I don't know what to do. I did not get any sleep at all since I arrived here.
Waxaa kaloo jiray ee sheegay dadka kale oo gadaasheeda ciyaalka haysto oo soo waddanka soo galaya si fiican loola dhaqmo sida ana leela dhaqmay waa si bini'aadanimo ka bax ah.
I believe the way they treat me was inhumane and was not the way I was expecting. So I suffered enough for that. That's all I have to say. She said. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, we know who's at the cause of all of this, the federal government. America was founded to be independent, free, and sovereign, and a strong border assures this. However, the White House occupier and his puppet masters hate America, and that's why we're in this mess.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, Pam, you know me, Andrew. Okay, their hate is the reason for the open border, to cause chaos and strife, to disrupt communities and families, to cause division and hate, to make false accusations against American citizens and legal residents. But their main reason is to increase their voter base to keep them in power to destroy America. There are true asylum seekers and refugees, but most are illegal immigrants, which is the definition of undocumented. And most of these individuals, if not all, are now victims of the contemptible federal government. Good luck, Jim, on getting any response from the White House occupier. They don't care. If they cared, the border would not be in the condition it is. They would be welcoming. There'd be booths of food and medical and whatever. And these cities, these border cities, and now us, would not have to be dealing with this. The New York City mayor, who is as blue could be, has been crying out loud for help to no avail. In the meantime, if you don't put pressure on the federal government because of this onslaught of illegal immigrants, none of the items on any agenda will matter, as this county will be compromised and its resources depleted.
Next speaker, please. The next speaker is coming forward. I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item: Mark, Brandon, Duran, and Truth.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Clint Carney with Survivors of Torture International. We appreciate your advocacy and asking the federal government to chip in and help support the efforts of receiving migrants here in San Diego County. It's my opinion that FEMA should absolutely have a presence at the border wall. They're trained in humanitarian relief and ready to deploy, so you can add them to your list. You know, we're not asking for a massive investment. We're not asking for the county to do everything. We're just asking to chip in. On pages 5 and 6 of the handout that you received, the list of items that are being asked to help support, it's not a huge, heavy lift and a large ask money-wise. So we don't believe money needs to be taken away from another program to support these efforts. Just help everyone out. It's really important to remember who's at the border. People from all over the world have collected here in San Diego County and need help moving on out of San Diego County. 141 countries carry out torture in this world. That's 75% of the world. That's just a massive, mind-boggling number. The Office of Refugee Resettlement recognizes a study that 44% of refugees, asylum seekers, and asylees are survivors of torture. 44%. That's not everybody at the border wall, but they are definitely there. People who have come through the jungles of Panama, that's not a choice that you make, that's desperation. So they don't have a choice, but we do, and it takes all of us. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Chair and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I'm the Reverend Brandon Duran. I'm a pastor at Kensington Community Church. And I am here because my church over the last nearly 2 weeks, members of my church, as well as other faith communities, have loaded up their cars with water and other supplies, food, and taken it to the border in order to be of support, in order to be of care and concern, and to be a place of relief, and hopefully to extend hospitality and welcome. We've loaded folks into our cars and taken them to the airport, to bus stations, as well as to help them get them to the places where they need to go. So when I stand here not in opposition to getting federal funding. I stand in opposition to what I hear in the agenda item. When I read that agenda item, what I hear is, well, we don't have enough, and somebody else should address this issue because we don't have enough that we can support. And I stand in opposition to that because of the volunteers that I serve and that I've been working with have been acting in contrast to that. Their actions have been in opposition to such a sentiment. They have found ways, whether it's retirees on fixed incomes or single parents, they've found ways to carve out time and energy and out of their own finances to donate to those who are in need in this time. They would not be in support of saying that this is somebody else's problems to deal with. They are native San Diegans who value this place and who value those things of compassion, those high ideals that I'm in support of. So I stand here in support of taking every opportunity to live into our ideals of compassion, of empowering the marginalized, of coming alongside those who are at risk of falling in the cracks of a broken system. I think that I've seen that time and time again through the volunteers that are at these border sites. And so I do support finding federal government funding, but I don't think that's the only thing we can do. I think we can find other ways as a county and other ways as San Diegans to support, and I think we've already seen that with volunteers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. So next speaker is coming forward. I'd like to do a final call for Maria Chavez.
Our government's embarrassing. This video, Goodbye American Sovereignty, Hello USMCA, that's the title on YouTube. Everybody should see it from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. Otherwise, you won't understand what's going on.
Can you please state your name for the record?
What?
Please state your name for the
record. Mark. Trump signed the USMCA free trade agreement in 2018. Biden did not rescind it, and neither side told you that, or any of the citizens, that Chapter 30 signs away control over trade and immigration to a foreign unelected council we only have one member on. USMCA, North American Union, that is what this is. And you guys don't understand, like, why, well, some of you may, and may be complicit. I respect that Jim said the right thing. We need to close the border. And it's not a racist matter. There are Mexicans that have been here for many generations that are homeless. We need to close the border to Europeans, to everyone. It's not racial. We have 750 new people last month. There was, like, last time I heard, about 7,500. That's a 10% increase in 1 month. That's unacceptable. It's not sustainable. We can't do it. The federal government shouldn't do it. We need to shut the border, help our homeless, 3D print the houses, maybe Fiesta Island. There's a nice moat around it. All the ideas I've given you guys a lot of times. Screw making money for the American or San Diego corporation or California corporation. We need to help our homeless, close the borders. Later, we can consider helping people from other countries. We have a real emergency, and it's a shame. The difference between you and Jim Nora, you just want to bring in more money to help and get more of them in. You should be ashamed.
Next speaker, please.
Truth. Jim, the federal government isn't inept. They're explicit and malicious in every decision they make, making charitable locals do their job. The reality is that countless thousands and thousands of people from unnamed countries without legal permissibility, some of them, have been released into our country, and not only to Oceanside and El Cajon like this item claims. There was video of undocumented illegal entrants also being released at the Iris Avenue trolley station in Otay Mesa. Traitorous Border Patrol agents told them, "You're free, go." And out these people walked off on a line without any clue as to where they were or where they're going. These people will be used as the new cheap labor source. Most of these people are going to go to airports to be redistributed like human garbage. But who is determining their end destination? The solution is to tell the federal government, this is your problem, you fix it. Provide the bus to send these poor people straight to D.C. where the treasonous problem causers reside and hide behind their giant White House gate fences in complete fear of the American people they actively betray and sell out at every turn. As far as the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, they admit to being change agents who are, quote, developing specific messaging and identifying strategic voices to help us carry our narrative, end quote. Agents include Alliance San Diego, Tahasanian Care, the ACLU, the ADL, Casa Familiar, the Catholic Charities Diocese, the San Diego Human Relations Commission, the Unitarian Universalist Church, the International Rescue Committee, Jewish Family Services, PANA, the LGBT Center, SEIU, and UDW. I only agree with the original recommendation number 2 because this is yet another manufactured crisis to get federal debt dollars. We need laws followed and to end the enabling of the federal government's intentional flubs that are ruining the county and the country.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Paula Bold. I think everyone knows what benefits a new set of immigrants can bring to this region and country. This is a country of immigrants. Resources for them, especially in this border gateway, should have been in place a long time ago. Yet our county and government caused this mushroom into a huge humanitarian crisis. If you've been planning since last year, we should see what's been done. Why is this issue suddenly so serious? The information sheet mentions previous actions on the subject. Last April, you directed the Chief Administrative Officer to identify county property for a shelter and seek funding resources. This February, you directed her to develop a plan to identify actions that could be taken to ensure asylum seekers would not add to the region's homeless crisis. The board letter also mentions that migrants were dropped off daily starting September 13th. You could have had an emergency meeting. Recommendation 2, oppose lateral transfers from other jurisdictions. We should welcome immigrants. If there is lateral transfer, you need to set a price and stick with it. We do not want to turn people away who need to flee their government, but we cannot afford to provide shelter, food, and all of these people's other needs. Recommendation 5, direct the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs to continue convening and develop a region-wide approach to address short-term and long-term goals for our permanent border community. Ridiculous. We should have been doing that long ago. If you want to call something a crisis, please.
Now hear from the next caller.
Paulina Reyes, Chair of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium and Managing Attorney with Immigrant Defenders Law Center. Thank you, Chair Vargas and Supervisor Desmond, for bringing this issue forward. SDIRC member organizations and many community individuals have been responding to street releases as well as the open-air detention sites in San Isidro and Jacumba along the border for weeks without any county or government support. We have relied on individual donations of water and fruit so that people have something to eat. Churches have stepped up to provide shelter to those that need an extra night to figure out travel plans. We've had volunteer drivers throughout San Diego community to take people to the bus station or airport so they don't miss their flights. All this has been done by coordinated efforts of NGOs, but we need the county's partnership. I emphasize the need for local funding and staffing to support these operations. I thank the county for creating programs and resources in support of immigrants, including the incredibly important legal defense program. But we need the county to find solutions for this new humanitarian need. We will continue to welcome asylum seekers and refugees with dignity and respect, and we call on the county and you to do the same.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ian Cervelo. I am with the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance and with the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. As an immigration attorney, as an immigrant, as a Filipino American, as a resident of San Diego, and as a member of the human race, I'm here to insist that every human being should be treated with respect and dignity. I am here to welcome the migrants and asylum seekers who traveled from all over the world, face dangerous challenges in this travel to present themselves at the border, seek refuge. Almost every day since September 10, I have volunteered and spent time at the border, at Whiskey 8, at Irish Trolley Station, at Casa Familiar, to provide support to the humanitarian effort. I and members of APALA have joined this massive operation by different organizations in preparing food, raising money, buying supplies, driving migrants to the airport and to shelters, reuniting families separated. We should call out the federal government's inability to orderly and humanely process migrants who present themselves at the border to seek asylum. However, this situation, while it appears to be a federal issue, it is in fact a humanitarian issue that needs response from all levels of the government, including the County of San Diego. We need the assistance and the partnership of the county provide resources to the efforts led by tens or hundreds of NGOs at the border. Human suffering is happening in our own backyard, and we have the obligation to help, to respond, and to welcome them with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. First, I'd like to say that I think that demanding that the federal government step up to address this issue is important. I think that we need to help these migrants. We don't need to choose, like Mark wanted to do, between who we help and who we don't. That's a false choice. That's a racist choice. We can help everyone, like it or not. I guess my issue with this item is how I just have an issue with how Desmond made it come across like, oh, the county government shouldn't be responsible for this. The federal government exclusively should, and no, I think that's a false choice too. I think that the county government and the federal government can help. I think the state government can help. I think the government in general should be able to help these migrants. And it should be shared among different areas, not just San Diego County. I take issue with statements like the one made by Dino Mayor, fake Democrat Eric Adams, pretending like, oh, New York City can't take more migrants. Yes, it can. Screw off. But I'd also like to address one other thing. I'd like to read some quotes on Twitter. Quote, the open border policy has allowed fentanyl to pour into our country, asylum seekers to be human trafficked, and terrorists attempt entry into our country. There are consequences of an open border policy. And I can read more, but I'm not going to have time. You know who wrote these tweets? Jim Desmond. He is talking out of both sides of his mouth. In person, he pretends to want to take this seriously, but on TV and on Twitter, he is just like a...
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Candy, and I'm the Executive Director of Asian Solidarity Collective. As an organization that centers revolutionary love, we understand that in order to practice the love that is revolutionary, we must work towards building solidarity. It was the late legendary activist Grace Lee Boggs that stated, in this exquisitely connected world, it's never a question of critical mass. It's always about critical connections. Thus, it's always been imperative that our organization build strong relationships with other organizations, members of our communities, and make critical connections with each other of our communities, as well as build power together. And we can't do that if we're not connecting and if we're not practicing community care and humanization and loving one another, that we are making those critical connections. So Board of Supervisors, I say to you that we need and we must all work together towards centering our human dignity, build critical connections, and make humanization possible by moving up and taking action. We at Asian Solidarity Collective urge all of you at the county to center more than just human dignity, but to humanize, to connect, to practice community care, practice revolutionary love towards asylum seekers. Center and love on them means that you are doing what's responsible and what's right. It also means you have the power to make the changes that needs to be made. This is what it takes to build true critical connections and relationships and to practice true community care. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Patricia Mondragon. I am the Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego, and I staff the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. On September 13th, after receiving a notification that 317 asylum seekers were released in San Diego, I picked up 15 cases of water and headed to the MTS Iris Avenue station. One of our SDARC board members went to San Isidro, where we'd heard Casa Familiar was headed to help. At about 11 a.m., I connected with approximately 15 asylum seekers who spoke Mandarin, Chinese, and Hindi. I began to assess the needs, but it was very difficult to communicate. I found a family of 3 who needed additional help after having been robbed of all their cash and most of their belongings in Mexico. This story is far from unique. From the parking lot, I attended a county Zoom webinar and asked if language services could be provided. At about 4 p.m., a county staff member showed up at Iris with about six bottles of water. I thought they would be helping with language access, but was told that it was a specific service and not for general assistance. This first day is a perfect metaphor of what has transpired over the last 2 weeks. Someone from the county showed up with 6 bottles of water, while NGOs showed up with over 360 bottles of water. While the county has provided limited assistance, such as hot spots until 2 p.m. or 1 porta potty on the 8th and final day at Iris, it's worse by comparison to how community organizations have stepped up to help. Instead of beginning with, this is a federal problem, I ask you to reset and start with dignity. We need a humane and dignified welcome for newly arriving asylum seekers. We need our county leaders to help provide additional resources for health assessments, food, a tech hub, transportation, and language services. Resources should not be reallocated from other existing and important programs like the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund that people depend on, but need to be allocated from...
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Rock Johnson. I'm a member of Detention Resistance. We're a non-institutional mutual aid collective of community members that seeks to affirm the humanity of migrants along the southern border. We are 100% volunteer-run and are deeply grateful for the response of community members and the coalition of nonprofits who have been working tirelessly to affirm the rights of migrants, people seeking asylum, refuge, and safety in the United States. Your constituents and neighbors have been stepping up to address the basic needs of our newly arrived friends, given the failure of federal or local government to support or live up to the responsibility to respond to the needs. Here's what happens when the county goes home at 5 p.m., taking their hotspots and personnel with them. The other night, 30 to 40 people spent the night on the street because we couldn't provide them shelter because there's a lack of resources and personnel. Ultimately, the police came by and started to begin to enforce the ordinance that would otherwise criminalize people who don't have a place to stay. We cannot wait for a federal government response. The county needs to allocate resources, personnel, and act right now. It's really not that deep. Hope to actually see you show up in the streets.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Sarah Kennedy, and I am one of the individual constituents from District 4 who has been volunteering on the ground in response to the recent influx of asylum seekers that others have described. For lack of resources and care from the federal government, I'm here to elevate the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium ongoing advocacy for county resources. Seeking asylum is a human right. The reality is that current processes are drastically less accessible to the most vulnerable humans who arrive at our borders. Current practices of holding them in open air spaces and street releases is creating dangerous conditions that should alarm us no matter who is responsible. Even when caused by negligence or intentional cruelty at the federal level, this is a human emergency happening in our region, and we can't just stand by. Just a few nights ago, I spent time at the border while consoling a pregnant woman who was separated from her family and who was terrified as she faced spending the night alone on the ground. We couldn't impact the situations at her home that she was fleeing from, and we couldn't convince federal agents not to separate her from her family. All we could do was give her warmer clothes and food and try to help her contact her family. That's stuff that the county can help with too. I urge the members of this board to spend time on the ground, see how volunteers have set up emergency aid stations, and I hope that seeing how the community has stepped up and hearing that today will inspire you, our elected representatives, to step up. This is an emergency, and we need more than excuses. We need resources. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Max Disposti. I'm the founder, executive director of the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. We are a direct service provider in Oceanside, but serving the North San Diego County region. I'm here today because our agency in the past 2 weeks alone has co-led with Interfaith Community Services the efforts on the streets of Oceanside to serve and direct the hundreds of migrants that Border Patrol has dropped daily ever since. We're providing shelter, a flight ticket to their destinations, a bus ride, sometimes just a smile, and a reassurance of safety. Since last year, our community network response and people willing to step up has gotten stronger, but not the resources provided by the county. We are at the same point of where we were in Christmas 2022, at least here in North San Diego County. While we support the effort of the county to ask for federal funds, as has been said, we want to make sure we're not left alone today and tomorrow as we continue to invest human resources to make sure we can provide the minimum to accommodate their arrivals. Finally, we're just asking the county to step up its response to this crisis and our long-term ability to be a welcoming region that protects the dignity and well-being of all migrants and asylum seekers. That means funding the resources to the humanitarian crisis that we see today without, however, taking away from other vital programming they are already established, and to make sure our county has the structure in place to run an effective immigration process and protect human rights for all. Thank you so much for listening and for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, my name is Zhao Hui. I'm a local activist and organizer in San Diego. I'm calling in to echo everyone else's voices. All of the folks in the room, I know a lot of people who are actually calling in have been, organized around this issue. It's really heart-wrenching watching the community have to come together and continuously doing the support work for the migrant and refugees who come to this country prior to look for a better life here. This is an issue of our government. We cannot really have people like an agency processing people and then keep them outdoor with no resources and dumping them on the street. No human should deserve that kind of treatment at all. And I would really would love to see our government do more support for, on this issue. And please work with all the organizers on the ground. Come out, just look at what they do, and give all the support that they needed, and do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Shane Harris, the president and founder of the People's Association of Justice Advocates. My organization knows the need, and months ago we organized thousands of resources working with a local org in Tijuana to help meet the critical need and humanitarian crisis at our border. I've also visited the border, have met with migrants, and thanked the other orgs for their work to support migrants on both sides of the border. I want to thank Supervisor Desmond in partnership with County Chairwoman Vargas for bringing this critical board letter forth to declare the ongoing border situation a humanitarian crisis for the first time in county history. I'm calling in to support this item and urge the board to do so as well. These are human beings, which is why they should be treated as such, which is why we must declare that bringing them into another unstable situation here in America without enough resources for them is not also not humanitarian act, but rather an irresponsible one, leading them to long-term poverty and homelessness. This board action will demonstrate an agreement on both sides and all sides of the aisle regarding the disaster taking place at our borders, not because of the migrants themselves, but because of the federal government's longstanding failure to secure real immigration reform. The facts are clear. Near 5,000 migrants have arrived in San Diego over the last 2 weeks. Over 10,000 homeless individuals in the city of San Diego and in the region, and over 50% of those homeless folks are unsheltered as our region continues to struggle to create more shelter and ultimately permanent supportive housing. New York City Mayor is correct when he talks about the over 116,000 new migrants that have entered the city there since 2022. This will be our situation if we don't declare this what it is. It is a humanitarian crisis. This letter is not racist, and it does not push off local responsibility. It calls for what any logical human being would be doing. Declare this a humanitarian crisis. Tell the federal government to stop taking asylum seekers when processing facilities are at capacity, and oppose lateral transfer.
You will now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Frances Yasmin Motiwala on behalf of Activist San Diego, calling in favor of this measure, though as others have mentioned, I don't see this as a choice for federal funding that should then allow the county not to do anything. I think, we really need both county and federal support. Right now, just these last couple of weeks of the migrants being released and previous weeks with, refugees trapped in between fences at the border is completely unconscionable. And beyond policy measures, I think that it would be great to see the county board of supervisors actually step up and use their bully pulpit, the power that you have even to influence others. Like to see you guys speaking to Border Patrol and telling them directly that this is not, acceptable, and helping, while it's great that there are so many community organizations and individuals who are willing to volunteer their services and their time and their money and their energy, it's just, it's a shame. When people think about the American government, I mean, what it's egg on our face. It's just, we look like we're causing a lot of conflict and destruction around the world, and then we're be treating refugees and asylum seekers inhumanely. It's got to stop. I mean, it's great that certain Americans are generous and take that spirit of what our country should be of welcoming others. But I really hope that we'll both seek the federal funding, we'll put county resources here, and we'll have some people of conscience, electeds of conscience, speak up and use their influence to reshape the situation. And
thank you. We'll now hear from our final caller.
Man, if people could see that this was all intentional, it's all smoke and mirrors, you know? It's like we're sitting in a full tub of water, wondering why the water's draining when the drain's open, so we turn on the water and think that that's going to solve the problem. You know, it's like we have all these people who are pro-open borders. We never want to get to the solution. Why are we the ones always left dealing with it? It's because you guys let people know that we have open borders, and we'll do everything in our power to help you guys have a better life. All of the people here suffer. It's irresponsible to sit there and say that we are capable of helping others when we aren't even capable of helping ourselves. And actually, that's the thing. We are capable, but we choose not to. So we're selective on who we actually help. And, you know, we arrest our own for being homeless, but yet, you know, I bet those 30 people on the street got a pass just because they're, you know, not from here. But if they were, they would be thrown in jail. So that's the thing, is that it's like we act like we're sitting here and we're going to solve the problem when all we do is perpetuate it when we don't get down to the root of it. And it's like the borders, you guys want them to be open. You want them to come in because then they can get a license and be automatically registered to vote, or allowing men in. But we never help the people here. And so we're not even capable of doing that. And so to proclaim that and act like we can do all of those things, then you guys need to open up your homes. Why don't you move out of your home? Kevin, why don't you move out of your mom's basement and let some immigrants move in there, right? Why don't we just have everybody do that? Because they should be giving their shirt off their back, even if they don't have one, to help these people because of our own government, you know, making it something where it's just like open the borders. And it's not a racist thing, but we should be helping our own. Then you could be an example to help others. But we can't be that example when we're failing miserably. Miserably. Nothing gets better. It gets worse. We already have tens of thousands of homeless. If we had the amount of the New Yorkers have had.
Thank you. For the record, the speaker was Audra, and Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you to those that participated in today's public comments. I just want to share, right, that in 2017, I was there when we created the Rapid Response Network, and have been there, and we, you know, and have been working on trying to find real solutions to address this immigration crisis in our country for over 2 decades. And before becoming a supervisor, right, worked really hard to make sure that we opened up the shelter in 2020 when there was additional funding to be able to do this. And then in 2021, many of you were partners in the process to ensure when we called upon you, especially many of the nonprofits that are here today, to help us in the support that we led to our youth in the convention center at the request of the administration. So you are right. As you stated in your presentation, we've had this conversation before, and this is a continuing conversation that we have to have. And you very eloquently addressed in the path, you know, moving forward, public-private partnerships and all of the things that as a county we've done in a short amount of time, and not asking for any tooting of our horns for any of this work, but saying that we're pushing and moving and advocating because I understand and my colleagues understand that this is something that has been impacting our communities for decades and decades, and we are trying to change this and shift where we're moving forward. The humanitarian crisis in our border is real. I've been there. And I can go on and on and on to talk about what we are witnessing and what we are saying and what I want to do, but I want to make sure that I thank all of the organizations because you all have taken on more than you should, and many of you have really stepped up in a time when our federal government hasn't, and I want to make sure we acknowledge you. You know, Catholic Charities, Jewish Family Services, Casa Familiar, Immigrant Defenders, San Diego Immigrants Consortium, the San Diego Rapid Response Network, BANA, the Center, UCSD, all the different faith organizations, Alliance San Diego, the ACLU. All of you have been doing this work, and it's not just right now with the releases that have been taking place, and we've been trying to prepare for this, but it's just not enough. And so that is why we were very intentional in ensuring that we documented this and that we introduced this motion where we're directing our CAO, and there's 6 different recommendations that we have to our CAO to continue to monitor this. And so I'm happy to make the motion on this item, but I also would like to make sure that we ask our CAO through the Office of Immigrant Affairs to really look for additional opportunities to support our local NGOs. I think it's extremely important. We've heard that how it's impacting our local organizations and the impact that it's having on our community. And it's not just in the southern portion of my district, it's the county as a whole and as a region. And we'll continue to fight and advocate at the federal level, but we will do everything that we can to support at the local level as well. So I'm happy to make the motion. Supervisor Desmond?
I'll second the motion, and I too want to, I really appreciate everybody coming down here and with all the passion and your pleas. You're right. You know, we should treat people with dignity. But dignity went out the door when somebody at the Department of Health, Homeland Security and or Border Patrol decided we're at capacity, we're just going to drop people on the streets. That's where dignity went out the window. So I don't think we're being immoral. We want, you know, we're a community or a country of immigrants. My family immigrated over here in the 1800s. And so I hope you bring these same passionate pleas to your council member, or I'm sorry, your Congress member, and let them know. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you putting this burden on our community instead of doing your job? We need a system that works. We need an immigration system that works, and we keep putting Band-Aids on it and says, oh, we just need a little bit of money here, we just need a little money there, we just need a little bit of here, and there's no end. There's no end in sight right now. So it's frustrating. Sometimes you got to just draw the line in the sand and say, we're done. We need a system that works, that does allow people here with dignity, that is an orderly system so people don't have to crawl under a fence, over a fence, or through a river. We should have an orderly immigration system, I think, that works for everybody instead of Band-Aids. The whole system may be held together with Band-Aids. So I really appreciate what you're doing. I hope you continue this passionate plea to your Congress members. And you're right, we need to do better, but we can't just look to everyone and expect funding is just going to come out from out of nowhere. It just doesn't work that way. So thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's comments on this, and thanks for your time, Chair. I'll second the motion. A second time.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Lawson-Weamer.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I just want to thank my colleagues, and I want to thank everyone here today for being here and for your work on this issue, your comments, but not just your comments. You know, there's so many folks in the room and so many partners that have been on the ground just doing extraordinary work, not just over the last couple weeks, but frankly over the last couple years. And I think it's so important to acknowledge that. And you know, I'm so concerned about what we're seeing in our communities. And I believe that we need to be, you know, our region and our country, but really San Diego's a region. We need to be a beacon of hope for folks coming here. And I think we're not doing that. And I do think we need more resources. I think that's right. We have to do better. And just thank you to all our NGO partners who've been doing such important work. All that being said, I do have some questions. I think this was, some of my questions came from a lot of conversations I've had over the last couple of days with partners and asking me questions that honestly I didn't know the answers to. So I just had a couple questions from be directed to our Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. So I don't know, Helen, would it be appropriate if I just ask you those questions, or what would be the best way to move forward?
Certainly, Vice Chair, you're welcome to ask any question. If we don't have the answer today, we're happy to get the answer and either report back here in an open session or to you directly, whichever you prefer.
Do we have
But we do have Barbara and Lucero are both here. Why don't you all both come up to the podium, and anybody else, and feel free to ask any questions. And again, Barbara, if we don't know the answers, we can certainly get them to you. Thank you.
Great.
And, also, just I would add one more thing. We are due back October, the second meeting in October. I don't know the exact date. Thank you, the 24th, with our update to the board on the office itself. So there'll be a more extensive
the second week of October?
Second board meeting in October. So it's the 24th of October, where we'll have a presentation formally on the office and the progress we've been making. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. So I'll ask, I have just a ton of questions, so I'll ask them to the extent we can answer them today. That's helpful. If we can't, I think these are the kinds of things it would be really helpful to have included in the report back. That would be great. I mean, and fundamentally, as you all know, I was looking at impacts and outcomes as opposed to inputs on the front end. Sort of those questions around client serve. So, I think one of the things I wanted to better understand was how any data we have on the number of clients served and what kind of services that we're providing.
Sure, I can thank you, and through the chair, vice chair. Just kind of the level set. Our Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs, which is within the Department of Homeless Solutions, Equitable Communities, is one of the offices. It's one of the smallest offices. It has 5 permanent staff. We don't provide direct services per se. What the office has been doing is being able to convene, have listening sessions. We have served over 600 through our Welcome Center in National City in collaboration with other NGOs. They're there as well. We brought forward the item today as it relates to the RSS plan, which is where we are serving our refugee population, in particular through the funding that we receive through the California Department of Social Services. And then Lucero and her team have done an amazing job of not only the convening, but also getting the information out, bringing in the stakeholders as it relates to that.
That's helpful. I guess I have a follow-up question on that, because I do know that we have this comprehensive preparedness plan, which was I know you all kind of did a lot of work to put together following the leadership shown by the chair on in February 23 regarding preparing for the lifting of Title 42. So I know we have that plan. What's been done so far to implement the plan, like on the county staff side, as opposed to on the NGO side?
And so follow up to the report that was provided to the board back in March with the stakeholder input. Different components of that identify the need for funding at the federal level, ensuring working in collaboration, looking for any grants. One of the items we're bringing forward on October 24th is the acceptance of an immigrant grant, which will help fund a Welcome Center up in North County, since we have the one in South County, and really is about bringing those stakeholders forward together, identifying and recognizing that there needs to be those gaps that have been identified through our partners need to be reflected in a request for those federal funds.
So if I would just translate to my own head, it's sort of like we have a plan, and in the implementation of that plan, we've tried to get money from other places and continued to talk to the stakeholders, but haven't done anything kind of directly with our own staff.
I would add that where we're identifying where we can leverage the funding that we're receiving is through those listening session services at the Welcome Center. Our plan as it relates to employment, childcare, housing, everything that we brought forward in the RSS plan. Is there anything else I'm missing?
So I would just add, and Lucero with the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs under HSEC, I would add that the plan, the biggest need identified in the plan was shelter, and that was the need identified by the partner. So that's obviously not something that we could stand up or provide. We know that there are models out there, especially that the coalitions currently have and operate, but that was the biggest need identified through the work groups, and obviously not something that we could operationalize.
But hold on. But I do want to make clear that we have been seeking funding for a shelter. We have a board letter that's separate from the Office of Immigrant Affairs, where we have been working with the federal government, seeking funding specifically for a shelter, because conversations that I've had with JFS over and over, right, and Kate can, attest to this. One of the biggest concerns that they have is this issue of we have, anywhere from 500 to 600 people that continuously come, and we don't have the space. And so even though it's not directly under the Office of Immigrant Affairs, it is something that we've been looking for as it was unanimously voted by this board to make sure that we're seeking that funding for that. So just want to make sure I clarify that.
Thank you so much, Chair. That's so helpful. So how many grants and other sort of applications have we submitted for funding so far, since that seems to be a big part of the work plan?
Sure. So today, with the approval by this board with the RSS plan, there was the Ukrainian, the funding specifically for our Ukrainian population. Last year, this board also approved the Afghan supplemental funding. We're coming forward before the board on October 24th for the integration grant as well.
So 3, and one's for, two are for specific populations and one's like more broad.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, and I think, I want to, staff, I want to make sure that you all share that there have been very clear decisions that you all make in coalition with folks, and I'm very too much deep into this, so that's why I'm kind of stepping in, because I want to share that some of the grants that we don't go after, because the way the question is asked, which is the right way to ask a question, but I think maybe we need to add that those are decisions that are made as part of a consortium about who's going to go after what money, because what ends up happening is the county, the city, and local NGOs are fighting for the same money, and in other spaces, we go after other dollars. So I'm not trying, I want to make sure that that's clear, and it's also somehow noted on the report, because the intention of the Office of Immigrant Affairs was to really bring these groups together, really identify what the needs were, work together with the other entities in the 18 cities about what we wanted to do. And having led the Office of Immigrant Affairs for the City of Los Angeles, I just want to make sure that as staff you're sharing that some of that work is being done, and that you actually very strategically decide not to go after certain grants because of conversations that you all have. So I want to just
that
add
would be very, very helpful.
Yeah.
That is such a helpful frame. I think that's incredibly helpful to sort of, I would really, I'd find that very valuable when we have the report back, to not just sketch out, what are the grants we're pursuing, but what's everyone in the coalition doing, so we can better understand how the pieces fit together, right? And that, like the chair mentioned, that there's things that we don't want to be competing, right? Like in cannibalizing funds. So what are the areas that we're saying, okay, no, someone else take a lead? And so we're able to see sort of like a more holistic, integrated strategy and not just the county's pieces.
Correct. And I would add that it would be, we welcome that opportunity and a more robust and deeper dive, and when we bring the presentation forward on October 24th.
So just on this, application question, this is a question I've gotten from stakeholders and I didn't have an answer to, so now I can get an answer and I can share it. I know that there was a federal funding available for NGOs to expand shelter capacity through the 23 federal omnibus appropriations bill from the Shelter and Services Program from FEMA and CPB. And so I know that the plan was that the office was going to, work with the local NGOs to figure out who, as I think the chair said, like to coordinate and figure out we could all bid on this funding together. So I was wondering what happened to that, because my understanding was that the final submissions from NGOs was due this month. So did we submit anything? Did we support any of our NGO partners? Who did submit for that local submissions to secure the shelter and services funds?
Sure, and so most all of those funds, we understand, have been allocated, allotted. There's what we're hearing, we're working closely with EDGA as well, is $10 million that were sort of held back, and that FEMA will be releasing more information about those $10 million.
But what about our application for that initial tranche of funding that was due?
For the initially it came forward that the county should be the lead entity applying, and then we were notified that in fact our partners, JFS and Catholic Charity, would be the entity applying for that, and my understanding is they did, and they received that allocation.
Okay, so that happened.
Yes.
Just not by us. Cool.
And so let me, I would also add, Vice Chair, I'm going to ask Caroline, I'm going to put her on the spot here, because we have been, as part of NACO and the work that we're doing at the federal level, is that we have been trying to change FEMA regulations so that funding can be used for asylum seekers. And that came about actually as we were doing the work for our convention center, as many folks were not getting, go ahead, I'm going to turn it over to you.
You were on a roll, Chairwoman.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. Yes, there's been some, and I don't want to steal the thunder from our NGO partners who work very diligently on all of that to be the direct receiver of those federal fiscal funds, who are typically more nimble fiscal agents than we are. But the federal government, we've had a number of ongoing conversations with FEMA and the Intergov folks at the Department of Homeland Security on what best works for the region in terms of and it's sort of kind of a backward grant. They call it a grant, but really they inform you of how much you're getting and who's getting it, and then you have to fill out your application to have the money sent to the region. So at this point, as Barbara mentioned, those 2 tranches of SSP funding came directly to Catholic Charities to be dispersed throughout the region, and then we will know more at the end of this week with that remaining $10 million nationwide that is left from FEMA, and they confirmed that with us yesterday. We reached out to their offices, and our Senate offices have also been helpful in facilitating some of those conversations as well.
Thank you, that's so helpful. And then just a follow-up question, actually, the chair might be able to answer this, or Sarah. Part of my ignorance, I think I've gotten a lot of questions around Los Angeles and what's Los Angeles doing, and how would you compare our engagement to Los Angeles's in terms of what we're doing and what they're doing, and like what's different and what's the same? And given the chair's expertise, she might know, or Lucero. But anyway, it would be helpful. I don't have an answer to that for folks, so it would be really helpful for me to better understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some direct requisites. Sherla got direct funding specifically from the pro tem, specific to be able to create this actual initiative, which they actually have what we are trying to get funding for, which is the Welcome Center. And so their model is something that we've been looking at, and I don't know if Lucero wants to add anything else, but their political circumstances are different. How about we say it like that? Okay. And so their political will and the number of NGOs that have been engaged and resources that have been allocated because of their representation that they have. I don't know how to say this other than that. I mean, it's very different. So we're in a very different environment and landscape, and hence we are in the situation that we're in now. And trying to move forward to really redirect how we actually can have successful spaces for asylum seekers in the future, as we know that this continues to be a global issue that we need to address.
And I would just add that in the PowerPoint presentation that the partners provided, there's actually lists what the city is doing, the county is doing in relation to the street releases specifically. So the public transportation partnerships that they have, their own Department of Health that's also involved. So luckily you have that resource actually right in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, this is so helpful for me. So I really appreciate all the work that everyone's doing. It's such, it's really sad, and I think we got to do more, and I know everyone's working really hard to do that, so thank you. I'll be really appreciative of the presentation and the update in a couple weeks, and I also want to thank the chair for your fierceness, so thank you.
Well, I just want to say, I mean, I think that it's really important as we're moving forward, if there's any questions, additional questions, to go ahead and share them with the CAO and the Office of Immigrant Affairs, because I think that it's a small and mighty team trying to work in partnership with the communities. The Office of Immigrant Affairs for the County of San Diego had never been in existence, and it's been a short amount of time and trying to move, has been trying to move very, very quickly. And I know the needs are really great, and I want to say thank you to Dr. McDonald, who's been on the ground with this and has made sure that as we're looking for things like COVID testing, et cetera, that it's being, the opportunities to share that those resources are available. I want to just emphasize, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I just want to emphasize to folks that we are now living in a very different world because we don't have a COVID emergency crisis. And so the way we were delivering things in the last 2 years and the way we can deliver them now, trust me, we got to break down barriers. We're doing our best to do that, but there is no emergency at that level, at the national and state level, and state or national level. And so here we are trying to push forward as much as we can. So let's continue to do this work together. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues. At this time, I'd like to ask for any board committee reports.
Just real quickly. Mm-hmm. Last night, District Attorney Summer Stephan and myself and people of her staff, we had a town hall that was virtual on human trafficking. and it was about 200 people attended, and it was very well received. I learned a lot of things about what parents need to know, particularly if you've got children at home, and it's available on my website and the county website, and so I appreciate that effort, and it was very eye-opening to see how some of these children are being lured into human trafficking, and it's scary and needs to be addressed. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, anything? Okay. I do want to say for the record that at SANDAG, we voted to ensure that it's clear that there is no road use surcharge in the 2025 plan. And so I want to make sure that's on the record. It's okay, sir. I'll let you applaud because it's a big deal for our communities. So, yes, first board warning. With that, we conclude the business before the board today. Will now proceed for any adjournments in memory. The first adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Desmond in memory of Dr. Patrick Everett.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. This is Dr. Pat Ebert. He was I'd like to adjourn this meeting in his memory. He was the middle child of Neil and Marion Ebert of Norwalk, Ohio. He proudly graduated from the Ohio State University, his emphasis on the, and he was commissioned as a dentist in the U.S. Navy in 1965. He completed 10 tours, including Vietnam, Japan, Washington, D.C., and California, before he retired as a commander after a 21-year career and entered private practice in San Marcos for 12 years. Dr. Ebert was a pillar in the community who saved lives, made lives, and lived a great one. He was a proud husband and a fierce advocate of his wife, Pia Harris Ebert. She was a San Marcos City Council member and vice mayor, and he attended every meeting she presided over. He's a father of 10 and a grandfather to 28. He was a kind and hilarious man who told the best stories, often embellished, and he conducted these stories with grand gestures. As experienced by my lighter wallet, he was also a great poker player. He is remembered for being a creative, meticulous, and generous, and known for hosting epic Easter egg hunts for all of his grandchildren. Dr. Pat Ebert was very involved in the San Marcos and San Diego community. He left a positive imprint on the lives of many and many of the organizations that he touched. He will be greatly missed by all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. The Vice Chair, Lawson-Remer, is going to be introducing one in memory of Siobhan Arnold. Yeah. Sorry if I mispronounced it.
It's okay. Thank you. Siobhan Arnold, mother, artist, teacher, feminist, intellectual, and poet, was born in Kansas City, Kansas in 1969 to her young mother, Christine Arnold. Her early life was rich with family and movement across a number of states, from Wisconsin, Oregon, and later Washington and California. Last May, we lost Siobhan, an educator and beloved artist in our community. Siobhan Arnold was a local professor who served as a mentor to many artists in our community. She unfortunately passed away in her fight against late-stage cancer, but her impact continues to live on. A fierce feminist, her interests also included mythology and folklore, the history of science, alternative photographic processes, textiles, embroidery. Her artwork has been exhibited widely, including at the Museum of Contemporary Art, San Diego, the California Center for the Arts Escondido, and the Charles Wright Museum. She served as an inspiration to artists and helped create pathways that they otherwise did not see as possible. She will be deeply missed, but I know her family and community will cherish all the memories they shared together. Siobhan is survived by her husband, Gilbert Neri, and their 2 children.
Thank you. Now we're going to go ahead and turn it over to the remainder of the public speakers.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 7 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. All individuals requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll give the callers a moment to dial into the conference line. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Barbara Gordon. I just wanted to thank you guys for recognizing September as National Suicide Prevention Month. While suicide prevention is important to address year-round, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month provides a dedicated time to come together with collective passion and strength to address this difficult topic. The association of alcohol and drug with suicidal thinking is the key to the disposition to actual suicide. Alcohol and drugs are influential in feelings of hopelessness by their toxic effects. As commercialization of marijuana increases, the false advertising of marijuana products as being natural and healthier than alcohol and tobacco have greatly decreased the perceived risk of harm related to marijuana use. The main psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, THC, causes mental and physical health problems. 60% of new marijuana users each year are under the age 18. Marijuana is the #1 reason adolescents are admitted to substance abuse treatment. According to the San Diego County Medical Examiner, almost 40% of people who died of suicide under the age of 25 in 2020 tested positive for THC. I urge you to support those struggling with their mental health issues with education regarding the harmful effects of marijuana. Policymakers must stop the normalization and the increased availability of high THC products sold in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Dr. Layla Rhodes, MD. I'm a physician who's dedicated my life to caring for children and adults and a child advocate. I'm requesting a meeting with County Council as soon as possible. There is a 57% increase in teen suicide in San Diego County. So recently, the state of California forced CPS and the schools into a 2-year pilot program, gave them $4.2 million to fix this. But they forgot about family court, where just one judge decides your family's fate for years and too often leaves the child abused. Then CPS and the school state that they must follow family court orders, and the child is left abused. It is well known that absolute power corrupts absolutely, which explains why there's a county board to make decisions, not just one judge. As occurs in family court. This violates the 7th Constitutional Amendment, which allows the civil disputes for more than $20 to have a jury trial, but family court is civil. A child's life is worth more than $20, so they deserve a jury trial too, as even criminals are given this right. The case law, Tabor versus Tabor, states that the child's best interest must be determined solely by the child's standpoint, as only the child knows best who makes them feel safe, not CPS investigators, family court judges, etc. Listening to the child would save millions in CPS investigations, family court services, and prevent child abuse immensely. So I request that the County Board of Supervisors force CPS and family court to follow Tabor versus Tabor, listen to the child's standpoint, and follow and allow for the children who can't speak for themselves to allow jury trials to be determining their custody. I filed for a divorce over 8 years ago to protect our daughter from her dad's abuse, but my full custody was illegally taken without any trial after I reported dad's abuse. There have been over 20 CPS investigations reported by others regarding our child's cries over dad's emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. This was mentioned by Catherine Rhodes at a recent County Board of Supervisors meeting, who requested a meeting with County Council. But instead, she was told CPS would contact her. We spoke to CPS, and they closed the case after calling my daughter a liar based on third-party hearsay and dismissed multiple physicians, psychologists, and psychiatrists who reported the dad's abuse this summer. My daughter was recorded for dad's abuse and got a DV.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Becky Rock, and I'm here as I'm very concerned regarding a recent marijuana postcard sent to my address. I have 4 children currently at home ranging from ages 7 to 17, and more often than not, one of the kids is picking up the mail from the box, as I'm sure this is common practice in most homes. Unfortunately, This marijuana postcard was very large with bright, colorful pictures of gummies and Rice Krispie treats. The headline of this ad read, 100% legal THC, no ID or medical card needed. Yesterday, JAMA Pediatrics published a research letter confirming that this problem is nationwide. 80 online marijuana retail shops were surveyed and 20 had delivery options for marijuana products across state lines. A majority of these products included e-cigarettes, edibles, and popular THC-infused food products. Colorful packaging depicting cartoon characters and other popular childhood symbols were also used, all very similar to the postcard our family received. Several studies have shown that underage consumers of marijuana products highlight the ineffective age verification procedures of online vendors. Popular apps such as Instagram and Snapchat provide a direct and private link between pot shops and young people. I ask you to please consider ways to better educate the public. Illegal advertising via mail and social media needs to be addressed, as this is an open door for our young people to gain access to these highly addictive products. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Nora, you love virtue signaling. Why don't you be honest with the people about this whole RUC road usage charge or whatever? It's coming down the pipe with the state, okay? And you guys still have to submit this plan to the state and have them approve it. And when you know what happens, you guys don't get your funding if you don't comply with what they want. So don't speak ahead of turn when you know that it's coming down the pipe either way, and that you promote it outside of Sandag in any fashion that you can, and that you guys aren't doing what you can to make sure that the state doesn't put it down, because you know it's coming. And the whole meeting you guys were talking about other ways to bring it in. So it's like bait and switch. I mean, as long as you say it's not a road usage charge, what we're going to do is bring it in another way. You guys are a bunch of liars. And Jim and Summer, oh my gosh, even Kelly Martinez, it's like, let's tell people about human trafficking. Well, I just wonder, why is Summer so selective with who she prosecutes as far as pedophilia goes? It's very disturbing. You guys want to sit here and act like we're trying to save children, but we're allowing them to be groomed in school, right? And like talk sexually too, and, you know, tell people, their teachers, what they like sexually, what they want their name to be, if they want to be whatever they want, right? But I mean, as long as you tell them they could be trafficked, you know, but not at the place where they're going, you know, then these kids can be groomed in school and taken out of there. I mean, but, you know, if we really wanted to solve the problem, we would have, like, you know, some kind of officer or someone watching the kids at school. But we don't have funds for that, right? Just for, like, school shootings, just let them come in and kill all the kids. Who cares, right? We'll just get some money, take people's guns. You know, people need to wake up to what's really going on, because you guys are a bunch of liars, and absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And that's what we're living through right now. And people are so blind to it. It's disturbing that they thank you guys for doing the things that you're doing. You don't get to the root of the problem. You just sit there and pretend to put a Band-Aid on it, because you won't get money if you don't. You guys are corrupted from the inside out.
Thank you. And I hear from the next caller.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. This is Kathleen with District 2. I'd like to share some of the summary findings from an expert roundtable addressing the question on efforts to create a marijuana infrastructure that eliminates the black market, protects consumer safety, and protects children from being the targets of a predatory for-profit marijuana industry. For the last 20 years, the public has been told that public polls indicate a majority of the public supports marijuana legalization. However, the public's presumption is that it will accomplish those three former goals that I mentioned. The promised tax revenues are reported to be anemic from legalization. The harms are not. The public is waking up, and 5 of 6 states recently voted down legalization, because when the question is broken down, 75% say no to legalization. If they are told that a pot shop will open in their community, that percentage drops precipitously. Marijuana users, especially youth, are price sensitive. So the 80% drop in marijuana prices that parallels intensely potent marijuana products is especially dangerous, and it's 4 to 5 times worse than tobacco harms. If an aggressive marijuana industry that followed big tobacco hadn't used their clout and influence to replace our initial instincts to simply decriminalize, we would not be in the maelstrom of marijuana harms, where, like tobacco, the heavy users constitute 20% of the entire market. Please, don't let 50 years go by before we address this issue that creates and undermines the policies that you say.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication today.
Thank you. We will taking closed session following tomorrow's board meeting, so the session is officially adjourned.
Thank you. The board will reconvene tomorrow, September 27th, 2023, for the planning and land use session of this meeting.